magazine, which is quite reliable. And in that, you see that they estimated that for 2 years, 2020 and 2021, these are the height of COVID, 10.3 million, trillion, 10.3 trillion was the loss in foreign output and so on. So they made these estimates based on the best data, best information that they had. Now, sociologists, were asked soon after the pandemic struck, and even before that, as I indicated in my previous slides, that they were not completely surprised by it because they had this sense of something that might come. But soon after the pandemic, a number of international journals were going around asking sociologists about their take on the pandemic. And I remember, writing some comments for a Brazilian sociology journal. They were interested to get some information and opinions from various people around the world. Now, Craig Calhoun, the American sociologist, he wrote that we need Durkheimian insights into social solidarity and anomie, Marxist insights and dependency and world system theorists. And he forgot to mention the globalization perspective, which I think is most relevant to understanding this pandemic. Now, it also reminded us that sociology should return to its roots. And as you may remember, that the way sociology was portrayed and this future of sociology was outlined by Auguste Comte back in the early 19th century. He thought of sociology as the study of humanity. So this is something that we may want to seriously consider, that we really need to look at sociology not just a project, not just a tool, not just a social science of and for the nation. We need to rethink sociology as a discipline, as an idea, as a system of knowledge for the entire humanity, for the entire globe, if you will. So I think that has been one of the most important consequences of the pandemic for sociology as a discipline. And here we also I would like to suggest that sociology should also work with other disciplines like economics and, especially the branch of economics which still takes a political economy approach. And one of the writers that I found extremely valuable is Mariana Mazzucato. His Rethinking Capitalism, and in an essay, she argued that there are three crises: environmental crisis, the economic crisis, and the crisis of public health. And all these three crises are interlinked, and it needs to be dealt with in a holistic manner. And here I would also add that holistic manner should keep a global dimension or globality in its approach. Okay, so in the post-pandemic world, there was a call for global justice, that we really need to do more. And we saw the vaccine problem. We saw various issues of vaccine diplomacy and vaccine politics and so on. So the argument, not really the argument, it was a plea. It was more like an appeal that we should develop in the post-pandemic world, that what are the prospects of global justice and what can be done, how to rethink our institutions, how to rethink our economic, political, and social institutions that would prepare us better for the future pandemic or other crises. And there's no shortage of crises in the world if we think about it. And one of the consequences, immediate reaction was a great deal of discussion and call for deglobalization, that, the way globalization was unfolding was not sustainable. There are serious problems, and now we are back to deglobalization. But I argue that this discussion of deglobalization began much earlier, 2016, 2017. And in 2016, there was a revival of economic nationalism, especially with the election of Donald Trump in US. Suddenly, the world was going on a reverse direction, that we really need to scale back globalization, and we need to return to 19th century or even earlier mode of economic nationalism, protectionism, and so on. And that was the context for this discussion of deglobalization. And in the early 2023, in Davos conference, World Economic Forum, a Columbia historian and also a market analyst, Adam Tooze, introduced the idea of cocktail of globalizations. And then I found out an economist at London School of Economics, probably, or University of London, he argued, Mohammed El Aryan argued that what is going on is a fragmented globalization. And I recently argued that it's more like a decentered globalization for all kinds of reasons. And we'll come back to that, very soon. So the new nationalism, got the cover of Economist back in November 2016. So that was a moment of deglobalization, or the discussion of deglobalization. And here you can see the feature Trump at the very center alongside Putin and others. So the question is globalization over? And I would suggest that, like Mark Twain's death, the demise of globalization is an exaggeration. Brexit, and there are all kinds of processes since 2016 onwards, kind of indicated that, globalization is over and we might move into a different direction. But if we seriously think about it, what they were talking about, that they were talking about decline in international trade, decline in global trade, decline in investment. And with the COVID-19 crisis, they were talking about breakdown of supply chain, and again, its impact on global trade. But if you look at the statistics, very soon after COVID, the global trade was back into its old rate and so on. But my contention is that they were reducing globalization to economic globalization, which is a very narrow and reductionist definition of globalization. From a sociological point of view, we really need to look at globalization in a much more holistic manner, and not just reduce it to economic rise and fall. And if we follow some of the Marxist ideas that in capitalism, and today we live in a world capitalist system, capitalism has a built-in tendency to have crisis, periodic crisis, and getting over the crisis with new means of production, new technology, and so on. So this is very, very embedded in the nature of capitalism. So you can see that the global GDP contracted 3.3% in 2020, and then it revived in 2021, and then the war halted it in the Russian-Ukrainian war. And now we have another war going on. So all these political and international or global factors had serious consequences on the way the global economic system works. So there's an entanglement between global politics and global economics. So we're not denying that, but what you're suggesting, or what I would like to suggest, that it would be better to develop a much broader view of globalization that would include, of course, economic globalization as one segment of it. So if economic disruptions take place, economic globalization slows down, that's one aspect of globalization. And then we'll see that there's a tendency in a modern capitalist economic system to have this periodic booms and busts. So there'll be a slowdown, and there'll be revitalization of economic integration, economic interconnectivity. Regionalization would be another consequence. And they all can fit into a broader understanding of globalization. So the three views in terms of decline that we see here, the first view is, that it has been going on for the last 2 decades. The second view, globalization will survive, pandemic, the Ukraine war, the Israel-Hamas war. They'll make change course. They will contribute to making change course, but globalization will survive. The third view is that globalization is primarily, they're seeing it in economic terms, but if you look at larger historical process of globalization as a macro historical process, and that would be, the way to look at it. And in that sense, it will survive unless the world jumps into the insanity of a nuclear holocaust. I mean, which is not, inevitable, but no one can rule it out completely. Okay. So, as I said, that globalization has been in decline, if we look at it narrowly, the economic globalization, because of the trade war between US and China. And more recently, the war is not just trade war, the war is over high technology. The foundational chips is the new thing that is dividing US and China. So these are the new discussions going on. But again, as you can see, that most of these discussions revolve around trade, about business, about large corporations, and so on, supply chains. Okay. So I just move on, and I suggest that we really need to look at that, globalization isn't over, it's changing. The dynamics of globalization is changing. Even economists are coming to terms with that changes, that it's not the old-fashioned globalization. There'll be new additions, new modes of globalization. So what is deglobalization then? Is it like movement towards less connection, less connectivity? Is it because of new nationalism that some powerful nation states would dictate the terms? Is globalization delinking? Because this is a view, that has been around since 2004 or 2003 in the writings of, neo-Marxist critiques of capitalist system. They've been writing about it. And they were simply rehashing or reiterating the point of Samir Amin and others that deglobalization is delinking from the world system. But I think that possibility is very remote. The only country that we can think of which has been delinked is North Korea, and North Korea doesn't present a good model for the rest of the world. So I would rule out, this possibility of delinking in the way, some of the neo-Marxist writers have suggested. So again, deglobalization, which we mentioned before, was linked to Brexit, linked to Trumpism and others, decline in world economy. But we really need to come back to this point of what does globalization entail? What does globalization mean? And how to think of globalization in a more nuanced way. So in order to do that, we have to debunk, some of the traditional and very conventional and very simplistic, superficial views of globalization, or understanding of globalization. One is that it's not McDonaldization or Americanization. It's not simply Westernization, and it's not simply neoliberal economic globalization. In a more philosophical and sociological sense, as Roland Robertson defined back in 1992, that globalization is the compression of the world and a growing consciousness about the compression. So first, the world is becoming a small place through technology, through various means of communication, but it's also an awareness that people are more and more aware of what's going on in the rest of the world. And that awareness is somewhat new. This was not common in the past. So in that sense, you cannot simply diminish that awareness on a global scale. So we define globalization as a macro social process, which is entangled and contingent. And there are lots of contingencies, sometimes contradictions. So it connects and loosely integrates, transforms, and gets transformed. It's a series of inescapable entanglements. And I think that captures the very essence of what globalization process is involved. It's multidimensional, and quite some time ago we argued that there are multiple discourses of globalization, not just one, which is economic. Okay, it's multipolar, it's dynamic, as Netherwind Pietres has suggested. So this is how we look at globalization, that the globalization process must change and adapt to newly emerging conditions if we are to plan more effectively for global pandemics, financial crisis, economic inequality, etc., etc. And we made this argument back in 2010 when we did a book called Globalization, East and West. So what we need to do here in the remaining few minutes that I have, that we can look at globalization from a thin perspective versus a thick perspective. So the thin perspective, thin theory, is Tom Friedman's view: world is flat, internet economy, and everything is making the world very flat. And I think that idea is somewhat naive. The world is not really flat, and capitalism has not taken over the world. World is not homogenized. And this sort of view is focused more on presentism and the excitement and euphoria that followed the collapse of Soviet Union, led to all these discussions, I would argue. And then the thick theory, which was immediately, Richard Florida, sociologist, responded to Friedman by saying that, the world is not really flat, it's spiky, the countries with high incomes, countries with low incomes. And, it's embedded in society. And we could also argue that the process began much earlier than most contemporary writers, popular writers, think about. They really don't go that far back and discuss the history of globalization. So the thin theory promotes that, okay, world is being homogenized. Thick theory says, look, world is both homogenizing and heterogenizing at the same time. And that's why the idea of localization, which is a combination of globalization and localization, plays a big role in understanding what's going on around the world. Okay, so if we accept the thin theory of globalization, then yes, deglobalization is a valid proposition. But if we accept the thick theory of globalization, then the present so-called deglobalization would only be a phase, and then globalization would be back on march, and it would continue. Okay, and why do we say that? Because we look at globalization not as a recent process, and it began much earlier with movement of people, movement of religious ideas, Hinduism going to Bali and Islam going to China. You have so many other examples how social institutions are replicated across cultures, whether we talk about universities, we talk about various NGOs, various organizations, ideas. Marxism, which was born in Europe, is almost absent, and it's robust in China and elsewhere. So there are many such examples, which will remind us. And I tried to write a short paper on this subject, arguing that the first phase of globalization should be dated back to 200 BCE until 1492, the world of explorations and so on. And then the second phase that I call the Atlantic globalization. And the first phase was basically Eurasian globalization. The Americas were not there. And in the second phase, we had the Atlantic globalization, the connectivity between Europe and the Americas. And the third phase is what I call the new Eurasian globalization, or Eurasian globalization too, where countries like China, India, and other so-called third world are becoming more prominent through various agreements like BRICS and other regional trading and political sort of organizations. So this is a new, and if you look at technology development, if you look at advancement in science, both India and China are playing an important role in this third phase of globalization. And another argument, which is very interesting, is to go back to a very powerful article that Amartya Sen wrote on globalism. And he argued that this is what we see today is the second phase of globalization, that earlier globalization, which was, he dated back to 1000 AD or BC, AD exactly, which included paper, the technologies of the time, printing press, gunpowder, and all those could be found in China and not in Europe at the time. So in that globalization, the transfer was from the so-called East to the so-called West. Okay, so, and now it has reversed. It's not the first globalization. So we need to look at globalization with a longer historical perspective, according to Amartya Sen. And that discussion is very relevant today, that what we look at today is a phase of globalization, and there were earlier phases of globalization, as you can see in this discussion, the contributions of Arab scientists, not just mathematicians, and how they were received in Europe at that time. Writers, philosophers like Ibn Sina and Ghazali and others, they were well received in Europe at that time. So the takeaway points about globalization, that it's a historical process, macro social process. It's a process of processes. It's multidimensional. It involves cross-border mobility and connectivity. And ideas like cosmopolitanism, localism, isomorphism, which was a powerful concept provided by John Mayer, central to understanding globalization, and it would help us understanding globalization of universities, other institutions, and so on. So what are the big challenges that we face today? One is, of course, the climate change and the growing inequality between countries and within countries around the world. And also a return of hunger, I think, more as a consequence of the Russia-Ukraine war and the recent, Israel-Hamas war. That is being alarming in terms of how to deal with, the problem of refugees, problem of hunger, problem of poverty. At a time when things were looking extremely bright, especially in the Middle East, the economies were moving forward, and oil revenues and others were making some countries richer beyond expectations, and suddenly we have a new set of problems on the horizon that would affect us, that would dampen, the spirit, and we really need to move forward and think about what can be done in the future. Global citizenship is extremely important, education, cosmopolitanism. And again, there should be more discussions about values of empathy, respect. Mutual respect would include mutual respect for geographical, national entities. You cannot just override that. You cannot just infringe on that. and at the same time appreciation of difference, that we really have and we need to sustain this multicultural world. It's a diverse planet, and we need to maintain that diversity both in biological sense as well as in cultural sense. And COVID-19 has created, unwittingly I might add, an opportunity for closer global cooperation, interdependence, and we really need to think about an embedded globalization. And thank you very much for your attention. And I'll be happy to take one or two questions because I know we don't have much time. We have other items on the program. So I don't know how it will work, but thank you very much for your attention and for giving me the time. I'm really honored to be part of this very important conference. Thank you all. Is there time for one or two questions? Because I know you have a very tight program.
Address on globalization and deglobalization, particularly very theoretical and not just practical experience, not used in person. In fact, that your address on globalization and deglobalization, let us understand various conceptual things. And in fact, how coupling and decoupling takes place, how this is actually happening, particularly after math of COVID-19 pandemic. This is really a thought-provoking talk, sir. Due to shortage of time, I will only request our audience if they can have one or maximum two questions.
Sir, could you kindly elaborate on the things? What I feel that world order is basically controlled by three laws. One is arms lobby, another is pharma lobby, and third is oil lobby. Pharma lobby, it intends that its product should be sold globally so that they can earn more and more profit. And COVID-19 is one of the man-made disasters which affected most of the countries. Obviously, it has the economic impact also, but pharma lobby, due to greed of making more and more money, this disaster has affected everybody, whether it is industry, supply chain, farming sector, medical sector, etc. But we don't have that much of infrastructure to deal with the nefarious design of pharma lobby. How can we enlighten or make the people aware? Because COVID-19 practices is a type of biological warfare. There are many dangerous viruses still in the laboratory, although we don't know much about that. But a lot of research, money is being pumped so that the population of the world that can be diminished half, because more and more resources is being consumed. And Earth, in many countries, you must be knowing that West African countries, northern area of the Africa, and some parts of the even Asian countries, they are starving rather than they have food shortage also. How can we deal with the greed of pharma lobby? Because we know only about the COVID-19, but there may be more dangerous viruses still waiting to come.
Any other question? Maybe I'll take one or two more questions and then. Is there any other question? Okay. Now let me quickly ask you a question. I mean, what do you mean by man-made? Are you suggesting that someone deliberately unleashed this virus. If that is the proposition, I would simply say that we don't have any evidence for that. But in another sense, you're right that it's a man-made crisis in the sense that we have neglected the habitat, we have neglected the needs of the Anthropocene, that we always thought that this is our planet. But now it's time that we really need to think that we share this planet with other animals, with other creations of nature or God, whichever way you want to go. And we need to share this. So we came very close to living with the natural habitat of bats and other mammals, other animals. And that could be, in that sense, yes, that could be a man-made crisis, that we disregarded ecology. We disregarded other animals, who we cohabit this planet with who we share this planet. And that was the reason. It's not that some lab in Wuhan unleashed the virus. That's very far-fetched conspiracy theory. And that conspiracy theory will be around, like World Trade Center was bombed by the Americans themselves. That's a conspiracy, no evidence of that. And many people like to believe that, so I don't want to comment on that. It's a belief issue. It's not a scientific proposition. But you are right that the world is in the middle of a variety of crises. Hunger and food shortage, famine that you mentioned are very valid, and that's exactly the way things are in certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa. But still, we need to think of an engagement. We need to think of a global dialogue, a global conversation that would hammer out a future for all of us. And is that a possibility? Actually, many writers, many sociologists, and many commentators think that another world is possible. And that world is also through a global initiative. We cannot create that world by, fomenting nationalism. Nationalism is really one of the barriers to achieve the goal. It's one thing to have a sense of national pride, culture, cultural rights, these are important points. But good old 19th century nationalism is a barrier, and we really need to go beyond that, and we need to initiate. And this is the best place, universities and world famous institutes like Indian Statistical Institute, India Technological Institutes. These are the gems in the academic world, and they can take the leadership. That we really need to talk to each other across geographical and national boundaries to think about a common future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful that you could give us your valuable time for this.
Exactly. And I also need to get going for my class.
I will definitely be in touch with you. And in fact, I will share your email ID. If you have any queries related to this globalization, and engagement of this engagement, particularly aftermath of COVID-19, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I hope to be there in person someday in the future. And wish you good luck for the rest of the conference. Thank you. Bye.
Now we'll have a very important technical session. At the beginning of the technical session one. This session will be chaired by Professor A.R. Bandapathy, distinguished professor from Calcutta University. And this session we have five lectures, one invited talk, in fact, by Professor Indrajit Pal. Professor Indrajit Pal is one of the eminent sociologist and also an eminent geologist, internationally well-known geologist, of course. But eventually he pursued his career in sociology. So I consider him as a sociologist also. Professor Indrajit Pal, right now he's in the Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok. In fact, both of us started our career together at Labasnet, Bangalore Sarkri National Academy of Administration, Masuri. In fact, the moment I left for this one, I said, my colleague, my friend, in fact, a very good friend, Professor Pal thought that he wanted to move out. Then he joined in a very top renowned, world-renowned institute, the Asian Institute of Technology. Now he is organizing number of lectures, not only in AIT, but in different parts of the world, including National University of Singapore, Australian National University, and so on. He has been a visiting faculty to different universities around the globe. So without wasting much, in fact, I will hand over this session to Professor A.R. Bonsaman.
Hello, good afternoon. So it's a very great opportunity to be being a listener and as well as a chairperson over here. So whenever you are a listener, that is always a scope you can sleep for some time. But the thing is when you are a chairperson, that you need to be very concentrated what the people are speaking. The thing is this, I'm not talking about the jokes apart. So I was just going with this particular topics. This is so much interesting that I would have, if I have not been a chairperson, I would have a very less time for sleeping over there. So there are some kind of time constant that we are going for 10 minutes or so late. So may I ask Professor Indrajit Pal, and I feel that Dr. Haricharan Behera has already introduced me as I'm Professor Oruprathan Mondopadhyay from Calcutta University. My discipline is anthropology. And what I find that anthropology includes all. If you think about the livelihood, if you think about economy, if you think about the socialization, social process. So I would like to invite Professor Indrajit Pal to initiate his deliberations with the livelihood resilience of the data dealers. So may I have the opportunity to hand over the whole stage, virtual stage to Professor Indrajit Pal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay. And also, I'm really delighted to meet Dr. Haricharan Behera. We, as Dr. Hari mentioned, like we started long back, about 16 years back in Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy at Masuri. And then after I joined Asian Institute of Technology, right now I'm also heading the Disaster Management Center there. Today I'll discuss about tech livelihood resilience for the Delta dwellers. I'll give you a few examples from Indian Sundarban part and also some example from Mekong River. Can you see my screen?
It's all right.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really delighted to join this international, that national symposium on livelihood challenges and opportunity during and post-COVID COVID-19 pandemic. So although right now we are not much impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, but there are a few areas where we can really need to think about the long-lasting impact of that COVID-19. I'll mention few of these things, and in general, I'll mention some of other activities and impacts on the general resilience of the livelihood. Okay, so this is some of the recent books, actually about 15 books and some publications. There are a few. I'm basically interdisciplinary researcher. I'm doing on the physical modeling and as well as its implication on the social aspect as well. So as Dr. Hari mentioned, like I'm quite a lot of doing like social and anthropologic impacts, especially on the vulnerable populations. So more or less like a lot of activities I'm doing on the capacity development and the community-based approach. So I'll start with GBM Delta. So as you know, like the Ganga, Brahmaputra and Meghna Delta is one of the largest delta in this region. And in this delta is actually covering about almost 1 lakh square kilometer in India and Bangladesh. A large extent is actually in Bangladesh, about 60%, and about 40% is in Indian part of it. So this delta part is actually quite facile in terms of the climate change, and as well as like anthropogenic pressure, like tourism, and also impact on the ecosystem services. So there are a lot of impacts. I'll show you some evidence how this impact is actually influencing the local system and pushing them to more vulnerable situation. We have seen a lot of examples in Uttarakhand and also in Himachal in recent days, and very recently in Sikkim, right? So all of these are not actually called as a natural disasters. There are many anthropogenic impacts, and which is actually pushing that whole process into more vulnerable condition. In today's discussion, I'll primarily focusing on some of the importantly linked aspects, which is like people's livelihood, especially the agriculture and fishing in this particular region. This is one of the conceptual diagram. If we see, like, there are 5 capital concept that is also started by DFID long back, but now I think there are many other capitals also included. So if you see the right side box, so the livelihood assets are more or less divided into 5 broad dimension. But if you go more deeper, I think the dimension can be improved. In some of the research, we have designed like the dimension in 6 and 7 direction. Like when it is started by the DFID, that time, like maybe the governance and also the digital part was not considered in very detail. But however, like if you consider this 5 capital also, we'll get a very good sense of the vulnerability context of the livelihood. I'm not going in very detail about this conceptual framework right now, but broadly, if you see, like, it is influencing from the policies and institutional processes, and that is actually focusing primarily on the governance part of it. And some of the external environment, like we all know about the IPCC and also about like disaster risk reduction related frameworks. So there are some international frameworks which are having very less influence by the local government, but certainly there are many policies which is very much influenced by that type of processes through the national government. So I think that national legislations are actually one of the influencing factor which can give space or opportunities to the local government or the provincial government based on the legislative power to develop some local level policies which can provide more resilience to the system. These are the natural and anthropogenic stressor, what we have realized, like for the GBM delta. Sorry. One of the reason is like sea level rise, climate change, and frequency and intensity of the hazards also increased a lot. Change in the land use and land cover. I'll give you some examples like how that land use and land cover changes actually influencing the vulnerable situations. Intensification of the agriculture and aquaculture, and rapid population growth, development, industrialization in some pockets, and the poverty is a regular aspect, like what we know, and unsustainable engineering solutions. Sometimes creating a short-term achievement, but in a longer term, it's not very much viable. And that flow alteration is one of the challenges, like for the physical aspect of it, like where we are constructing more and more dams and water gates, which is like water infrastructure, but it's good, but at the same time, maybe there are many negative impacts of that. Okay, so this is the tropical storm impact actually we have seen in Sundarban areas, and how much mangrove areas also impacted. These are the cyclone paths actually for last couple of cyclones. And if we go with the flooding and inundation, like damage to the agriculture and land and aquaculture ponds, there are irreversible impacts in some of the parts of Sundarban. We have observed, like due to Yas and due to Amphan, I think many of us are aware about this, Amphan and Yas. And due to these 2 cyclones and especially Yas, the last one, last big one. And then because of that, there are a lot of storm surge. And if you know, storm surge is coming up with the salt waters. And most of the sweetwater ponds are getting salted inside the islands. And there are about some 50 or 60 small and big ponds which got saline. And that salinity is irreversible for at least for 5 years or 6 years at least. And that is actually impacting a lot for the local level livelihoods. This is the changes actually if you see the landscape in terms of the land use changes for last 20 years. On the right side, you can see this legend, the grassland and water bodies, forest and all these things. I think many of you are aware about the GIS and remote sensing data. So if we see the delta dwellers are critically vulnerable in critical vulnerable situation because the land percentage is increasing towards the habitation. And some of the parts like the yellow patches like croplands also increasing. That cropland increasing means there are also green patches which is actually decreasing about the forest lands. So that is the concern. Like some of the areas mangroves are also reducing. So mangrove is actually acting as a buffer zone not only for the Sundarban, also for the southern part of West Bengal. And that we need really afforestation program. And there are some programs going on from the government side, but I think we need to also revisit and look into how much effective that programs are and whether and how much impact it's creating on ground. This is the real issue, like where we can see the coastal the erosion of this particular island, Ghodamara Island. Some of the parts actually eroded. This is a picture I have taken during the field visit last year, 2 years back. So that island is actually inundated. This is not the flooding time, this is a normal time. So you can see like some of the parts of the island is already gone and it is continuing. So the erosion is a very large problem for the delta dwellers, especially in Sundarban area. GBM estuaries are also experiencing gradual decay due to the interplay between the sedimentation. So, you know, like the sedimentation is also a big challenge. In some of the parts, like we are getting very less sediments in the delta system because the flow is blocked by several things. Many hydro infrastructures are there. So the flow is also blocked and the sediment flow is also getting reduced. Okay, so if we see like different cyclones here, the mangrove health index before and after the tropical cyclone. So there are a couple of changes. Maybe we need some more statistical detail. So for the sake of the audience or maybe the time, we need like more time to discuss each and every cases here. So we have tried to capture like some of the different years of data, starting from super cyclone, what happened in Orissa super cyclone, and then after like Cedar and Isla consecutively, and how it is impacting the mangrove health index. This is one of the component. What is the primary concern for today's discussion is about the changing livelihood activities and the land use. We have seen like two-way changes. Like one is like changing of the livelihood due to the land use, like land use is changing due to the land use change. People are changing their livelihood, or vice versa. People are changing their livelihood. That's why the land use also changed. Say, for example, like many people have actually changed their agricultural livelihood to aquaculture livelihood, like fishing, especially the saltwater or saline water fishing. And that is more or less very profitable business. So many people change their agricultural land to the aquaculture land. And the livelihood also change for higher level of profit. But the land use change is irreversible, because if there are less amount of profit after some time or for something, the aquaculture is not very much interesting for after 5 years. So we cannot go back to the agriculture again because that land is already salted. So that is the problem, and that is a challenge also. So there are issues like on the land use change in both ways. I'm giving you some examples now. Actually, there are some adaptation techniques and processes like people started. This is an interesting one, which is directly linked to the COVID situation. So we tried to start check during the COVID time. If you remember, like there are also another cyclone happened, Cyclone Amphan. The Amphan was not impacting much on Sundarban areas. It was impacted Kolkata city actually as in a great aspect, and there was a lot of devastation happening within the city. In Sundarban area also there was a lot of impact, but it was not much in the sense of like compared to the previous cyclones of that same category. So when we started analyzing the data for these two event, like we call like dual impact of dual disaster, like during that Amphan time, COVID was also ongoing. It was the time it was going, COVID time was ongoing, and people having like dual issues. If you are trying to evacuate the people for the cyclone shelter, you cannot maintain COVID protocol. And if you are managing the COVID protocol, you really cannot evacuate. So it's a really bad decision, or some decisions are very difficult. I'm not saying, I should not say like bad decision, but it's a difficult decision to take, what to do. So the point is there are pre-existing disaster risks already with the vulnerable situation, vulnerable community of the Delta, but add on to that, there are more, much things came in terms of like COVID pandemic for a longer term, and also Cyclone Amphan as a short term. So keeping both the things in mind, like the impact was actually multiplied. So what we need to do, like since the COVID was a new experience for most of us, so there was like a lot of things taken as a ad hoc basis. So we don't have that much of policies, especially of pandemic related policies on our hand, and neither at the national level nor at the provincial level. So what happened, like, if you remember, like the national government actually implemented the disaster management policy for the COVID pandemic time. So there was no health policies in place. So I think like we really need to think and plan something for some level of pandemic or health disaster, and how it is impacting to the local community as well as the livelihoods. So these two things actually to be considered, keeping in mind the health disasters. These are the few infrastructure we have studied. Actually, the vulnerable physical infrastructure for the social system, these are important. This is the embankment of Sundarbans. I think those who have visited Sundarbans must have seen like different embankments. There are at least 4 to 5 categories of embankment, depends on the structural height and also at the same time structural stability. So there are concrete embankment, there are mixed embankment, there are muddy embankment. There are so many different types, at least 4 to 5 types of embankment, which is protecting that community on the other side. And that livelihood is also protected by that physical infrastructure. So what happened, like we have seen like a lot of impact or damages to that physical infrastructure, which is creating a vulnerable situation to the social system and also the livelihood system. If we see the hazard and livelihood impact in a sequential order, in a nutshell, if we see like hazards and stressors on the left side, so these are the stressors which is creating that community or pushing that community in a more vulnerable situation. So on the left side, there are natural hazards, which is less controlled by the human side, like we cannot control the tropical storm or flooding, but we can protect ourselves by creating some mitigational structure or mitigational measures. So damage, disruption by the critical infrastructure, land use change, climate change, all these are different stressors, and which is creating the ecological impact in a different level. And all these ecological impacts is percolating down to the livelihood impact. So finally, like the livelihood impacts is also creating impact to the social system, which is also creating the food security and also health security. In both the cases, it is creating a large impact. And in the Sundarban situations, we have seen like if there are ecological impacts, which is creating a stress to the livelihood situations, people are trying to out-migrate. So people are migrating outside of that areas for their better livelihoods or better lifestyles or situations. and trade also. So there are two ways a loss due to that out migrations. If we amalgamate or integrate the data for two situations, like in IPCC 5 and IPCC 4, actually there are formula like what is popular in a risk and vulnerability assessment. We have tried to implement that in terms of the exposure and sensitivity. So if we develop this based on the IPCC index, so that livelihood vulnerability index is giving some high, low, and moderate level of vulnerable situation. These are the all block level data here. And on the right side, if you see, like adding to that the sensitivity, so there are different level of sensitivity based on their population growth and based on their population distribution, demographic distribution basically, and also the economic status as well. And these are the few key issues what we call the delta voices. So these are the voice from the delta dwellers we have captured during the AII or individual interviews or key informant interviews. The river dam is not strong. That dam means like the embankments. Sometimes we try to repair the dam, but by ourselves. However, other people also takes away the money and credit for the work. So these are the few things happening about the local political system, maybe. And due to that, like finally, that embankments is not modified or improved, and recurring and intensifying the disaster, like we can't express the pain, like there is nothing we could have done. Like some of the places, like people have lost their lands, people have lost their houses, and lost everything almost. Some people having very less opportunity to diversify their income in terms of the livelihood changes, because they are mostly depending on the natural systems. So these are the few questions. If we ask that 5 questions, then that will give a very broad outline and an idea why we are doing these things. So resilience, when you are talking about the resilience, many of the resilience definitions has been came up. But if we ask ourselves, like resilience of what? So we need to do what resilience we are talking about. Then resilience to what? So these are the few questions, resilience for what? And we have on the right side, if you see, like there are few broad points, what is actually the answers? What are the resilience capacities? And what enhances the resilience? Like that, if we know what these are the processes which can enhance the resilience, then we can try to improve that points or that particular sections. On the right side, if you see the improving policies and institutional mechanism, increasing investment and innovation, capacity building, knowledge and skills, strong market chain, collaboration and engagement. So if we try to engage or improve these 5 points, maybe we can also enhance the resilience. Now the question is how. So each of the cases, the how and responding to that particular how is little bit different based on the situation of the delta. So I have studied for this particular project, for UK funded project like UKRI, and it's a global challenge project, primarily applying in Bangladesh and India both. So I have the opportunity to actually compare the entire GBM, which is false in both the countries. So this is more or less the summary. How do we achieve resilient livelihood in the GBM? Then after, I have 2 slides for the example from the other delta to just give you a glimpse of that. Need to prioritize the delta action and improving the data and knowledge management. You all about ISI is all about the data. I think you are very much aware about the getting the data and also the right of the data, because getting the data is sometimes very, very challenging, especially the social data, and increasing cross-sectional and transboundary collaboration, knowledge sharing, improving the disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction framework. Currently, there are framework until 2030, but I think that the framework to be implemented on ground based on the needs and based on the current situations, and transition towards ecosystem-based adaptation and NBS, nature-based solution. So these two things are actually very closely linked, nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation. If we look into this, that will give you some understanding about the transformation of the LULC and how the research output actually can be implemented. So if you see like on the left side, these are the contexts, like as I mentioned, how we can implement. So we also need to know or need to devise as a scientific community how we can provide some solutions which will be understandable to the policymakers or practitioners to use it. Otherwise, it will be just like a journal paper, which may not be very useful for the practitioners. I'm not saying journal papers are bad. We all are publishing journal papers or books. But I think like we need to develop something implementation scenario or processes which will be useful or can be used by the policymakers and practitioners. Okay, so these are actually we have tried to analyze the governance structure of Sundarban area. So what we have realized, like there are central government ministries and there are state government ministries, which actually supporting, there is also something called Sundarban Community and Department of Sundarban Affairs. This is a group, not a separate ministry. I think Sundarban Affairs is actually very well connected, or maybe connecting as a bridge between the several ministries within the state governments and some extent with the national government. So all these are actually getting some information from the Sundarban communities, which are actually the vulnerable groups. And then some of the things can be developed, like the policies can be developed. Some of the things can be taken as a bottom-up approach from here. Keeping all these things in mind, we have developed one innovative tools where we can really automate the livelihood security resilience index, and that we have exercised in Mekong River area for 3 countries, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So I'll give you one example, and there are 2 published papers. So that paper also is open access, so I can share that paper with you immediately. So there are increasing understanding through the robust assessment process. So what we have developed, like we know the baseline of resilience index of the community, then climate change, agriculture, and food and security also we have to capture. And finally, we have came up with some assessment tool, which looks like this. There are about 109 indicators, which is developed that tool. There are 2 broad dimensions on the livelihood security, and one is on the and on the resilience dimension. So all these dimensions are divided into sub-dimensions, and sub-dimensions are divided into some of the indicators, right? So the indicators data has been collected and there are weightage defined. We have done also large-scale HP, like 100+ matrix. And then the weightage has been defined for each of the cases. And finally, we got the index of the livelihood resilience tool. So this tool is right now on Excel and R based, but we are trying to develop as a dashboard system where we can provide the data as an input, and some outcome will come up as a product. So that is going on, but initially the concept is already well taken. So there are 2 papers we have came up, one about the methodology and the second one about the concept and case study. So these 2 papers are open access. We can share it. The last slide for today is the announcement that the date is some extent over, as Dr. Hari mentioned. I am also going to organize a large-scale international conference. It's in person in Bangkok at AIT campus. And there are about 18 to 19 institutional partners all across the world, including some of the Indian organizations as well. So there are quite a lot of thematic areas, 6 thematic areas, where I'm sure like ISI can really contribute. We also got our publication partner from Springer Nature. So the entire proceedings full papers will be published in a Scopus indexed book volume. after the conference. So the deadlines, what you can see on the left side here, are some extent over, but for the ISI, maybe if some persons are interested, we can take it as an individual entity, and please let me know. We can send a separate invitation individually for that, and submission also. Okay, so with that, I'll stop here. So thank you so much. And if anybody having any questions or anything, I'll be happy to respond. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. It's a very nice experience going through the data. Is always, I used to tell that whenever I'm going to listen, am I audible to you, Professor Paul? Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes, absolutely good.
that's a good thing, whether it will be the virtual or any kind of physical, that wherever we have not, we can go through by the presenter that you have shown, the Delta region. So recently we have also gone over there for a Indian Anthropological Society conference in the Delta region, Sundarban, which is called Adi Desarath College. I feel you know that there is a college also that the most important thing. And in Delta, really from my experience, because I have a degree in MPhil in environmental science, this is a dynamic ecology always that affects the plants, that affects the animals. The question comes up to the human, right? So this, how the plants, as we know, that is fairly known. The plants has allophytic adaptation, animals has kind of animal, kind of adaptation. But what about the human as an animal with culture? Now it's very interesting that talk about the population growth, and what we find that this is the out migration right now, but when it was initiated, the Delta region, actually the people migrated in. So with the different kind of population strains, the people are coming to the Delta region. And ecology, this is very interesting that ecology, you talked about the livestock disease. Now, what we are talking about the COVID-19, these are the zoonoses, right? All coming with the livestock disease can infect the human individuals and go through the human to human. So this is really a thinking part that you are doing a good right work to make a resilience. Resilience is amalgamations of all, even the mental and the social behaviors and everything, and how we can go with this resilience. So this is nice. I have learned a lot, and definitely the people who are here has enjoyed your lecture. And if there is any kind of observations and any comments from younger mind, I feel you don't mind to take up one or two quick questions on that.
Yeah, please, I'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
If anybody have any kind of observation, please.
With rapid growth of population in the Delta area and climate change, I think in coming years, many of the low-lying islands, they will be wiped out because they are just few meters above the sea level. Then obviously land use pattern will change. What employment or what activities right now they are pursuing, in coming days, I think it will be changed. Is the state government or the central government prepared for that, or the society is prepared for that? Because land is limited in that area, and land use pattern has also been changed, because many sundari trees have been cleared for the agriculture purpose. But as the sea level will rise with global warming or greenhouse effect or whatever it may be, how the life of the people of that area will change in coming days. Have you assessed on that? Opinion.
Yeah, thank you. I think you raised a very, interesting and not question. This is the point. What all of us are actually concerned about, the picture I showed, like the Ghodamara Island is actually decreasing, and some of the parts actually also erosion is ongoing. As you rightly pointed out, there are situations in the future might come, or I think it started already, and the erosion and the people are moving from there. there are about 50 families, actually household, which are relocated to Sagar Island. But again, like there are no clear-cut policies. I had a chance to meet the minister who is responsible for that Sundarban affairs for one of the workshop, like 2 years back. But what he mentioned, like there are a few things like the rehabilitation process is going on for them from the area which is more vulnerable, and in the future maybe it will be inundated or maybe wiped out, and they can rehabilitate in a more secure and more safer place. And but I think, as you rightly pointed out, I agree with that point. Like we need to really make a zonation, like which are more vulnerable and which part should be taken care of more seriously and on a priority basis. So, but at this point, since Sundarban is mostly like the area is under the forest department, and forest department is also under the national government, I think directly controlled by the national government. So there are few areas which need to be taken, or maybe that the Sundarban affairs group, I think those who are working in the Sundarban are aware about this, different ministries who that's why in some points or maybe in the last slide also I mentioned about the coordination between the ministries. I think that is very much required to not help them, also maybe to help the Delta dwellers, also need to make in situ adaptation process for them. I think that's very much important and also need to be looked into.
One addition to that, in coastal area, there has been widespread pollution also due to plastic, throwing of plastics in the sea or industrial effluent, plus heavy metals are also found in near coastal areas, which is affecting the flora and fauna of coastal areas. Is there any plan or is there any suggestion that this can be curbed, because the biosphere and ecology both are being suffered due to that? And if previously you said that a lot of population is also being relocated in some another islands, obviously the land use pattern will change because the pressure of population is very much, and it has a socio-economic impact also. What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, thank you for pointing out this. Actually, I had an opportunity also to visit some other countries, coastal areas, at least 5 or 6 countries. I have seen the heavy metals you mentioned is not only on the coastal flora and fauna directly, it's also indirectly affecting human through the fish. Actually, fish is also having heavy metal content is also increasing a lot. And many of us are also consuming a large amount of fish, especially the ocean fish or saltwater fish. And there are possibility of the heavy metal in the human in terms of this. In terms of the policies, there are policy on the infrastructure at present, as I know about the coastal zone management process. But you know, like we are very much good in constructing or attracted by the vulnerable locations. If you see all these disasters in recent 20 years in India or even other places, most of the developments are going on in the most vulnerable areas, locations. In the coastal zones are very, very expensive. Next to the river is also very expensive, and all are actually very, very vulnerable also. So there are policies in not on, in my knowledge, there is no policy on the heavy metals and the plastics, especially the microplastics on the ocean, in the ocean. So this is a concern now. There are few models we are working on in our lab, like through some of the models, like if we can understand the flow of that microplastics in some of the coastal zones, and especially the oil also, because oil spill in some places are very, very severe and impacting the coastal ecosystem and marine ecosystem also. So these two are actually having almost in a fluid dynamics, like it's almost similar behavior on the, especially the plastics and the any floating objectives. So these are the things actually going on. But in the policy side, I don't think like there is a very strong policy with India and other countries on the heavy metals and plastics. especially in the ocean yet. But on the physical entity, there are some policies exist.
This is a very good discussion amongst ourselves. And I feel somebody is very much interested because you are working with a very dynamic kind of thing because of the dynamic environment of the Delta. And we are pretty much lucky in India that we got Delta and Bangladesh has got Delta. I feel that there is no country in the world that having the Delta. So we are very much happy and we are very much lucky to have the Delta. So this is a very interesting and that seems actually it proves that you are working for a long time. And many people have lots of questions. So I feel that your email ID is there. So I'll ask all the people to ask you in the email, and also you have opened yourself for a kind of international seminar. And if somebody wants to go there, I feel that they can meet you physically. So with all, on behalf of this National Symposium, as a chairperson of this session, I would like to give you a very great, many thanks for it. And we are grateful to you for having a nice deliberation. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay. Thank you so much.
Well, in this particular session,
After Professor Indrajit Pal is the invited lecture, so there is a time for younger generation. So which is I'm looking forward. Always, it's not that I don't look forward for the mature generations because I am also the mature generation. I'm old enough. So, but I'm always looking forward for the younger generation because it gives a kind of remembrance of myself when I was a student and speaking before a symposium. So for this particular symposium and for this particular session, may I request to come up Arman Hawk from Shiva Bharat, and I think she's there. So our title of the talk is Vulnerabilities During the Crisis. Can resilience be achieved through the income diversification of informal women workers of in West Bengal and Jharkhand? So this is a very interesting topic. So I'm on top. You are most welcome to speak your idea.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, for introducing me. So my topic is broadly vulnerability during crisis in the context of informal economy women, and more specifically, it's about how or can resilience be achieved, livelihood resilience for informal economy workers through income diversification for women in West Bengal and Jharkhand. So, as we know, I mean, the majority of our labor force in India is the informal economy. A very small percentage of our people work in the formal economy, and that's the idea behind this, like the introduction. Okay, so what do we mean by the informal economy? It's like a very broad set of activities, enterprises, jobs, and workers that are not regulated or protected by the state, which means that they don't have social security, something that formal sector workers do. And the concept originally was in the case of small unregistered enterprises, when it was more specifically referred to as the informal sector. But now that it includes wage employment and workers too, we refer to it as informal economy, not sector, depending on who we are or what we are talking about. So in 2017-18, according to PLFS, 93.1% of women in rural areas were working in the informal economy. And in the urban areas, it was 77.2%, which, I mean, reiterating what I said earlier, majority of the people in our country are in the informal economy. And further going into like the stratification, people or women from scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, Muslim, and other marginalized and oppressed castes form a majority of this workforce. You will see that the disparity between, for example, the informal economy workforce from the scheduled tribe community is 87.1%. However, in the formal economy, it's just 13. And you can see that disparity across the categories that have been mentioned here, where it's like 90.4% as compared to 9.6% in the formal economy and 95.1 as compared to 4.9. Coming to more specifically the work that we do at Seva. So Seva is spread across a lot of states in India, all across. And we have presence in Jharkhand and West Bengal too. In West Bengal, primarily we work in around like Raghunathganj, Murshidabad, where there are a lot of BD rollers, and Phulia, where there are a lot of handicraft workers, mostly auxiliary. Like they're not the ones who are actually the handloom workers, they are involved in the auxiliary functions, whereas the men in the community are in that position. And in Jharkhand, our work is relatively newer, our presence, and we are present in Hazaribagh and Ranchi as of now. And the trades that we work with are BD rollers and again, auxiliary workers in the handloom sector in West Bengal, and in Jharkhand, they are mostly agricultural workers, then construction workers. We have domestic workers too, and so again, I mean, I mentioned the topic of my paper: can resilience be achieved through income diversification for informal women workers in West Bengal and Jharkhand? The two main research questions that we explored through this project was how can we reimagine livelihoods in a post-pandemic world in a way that supports women workers, but not just from a lens of okay, they should have a livelihood and some money should be coming from it, but also it should be full and dignified employment, and which increases their social and political capital. The second question that we explored was, does digital literacy play a role in this reimagining of the livelihoods in a post-COVID world? And if yes, how do we get that to these communities? Because as we know, digital disparity is also a huge reality in India. Even though we have a lot of these apps that have made payments, etc., digital, there's still a large section of the population, particularly women, who are yet to reap the benefits of this digital economy. So basically, most of our work was through primary data. We did refer to secondary literature wherever it was required to sort of back our primary data with evidence. But yeah, mostly it was through community consultations, then government stakeholder consultations, where both in West Bengal and Jharkhand we presented whatever our findings were and whatever our discussions were with two local government bodies. Survey which was of around 2,100 women spread across West Bengal and Jharkhand, more from West Bengal because we have a bigger presence there, and in-depth interviews with the data collectors who I would like to mention were from the communities that we were talking to. So we have been trying at Seva to bring forward this thinking that we need to democratize the research processes. Often the data collectors who are on the field, they're not involved in the processes of like the questionnaire making, what questions are important, does the question make sense on the field? And if we have women, younger women from the community doing this data collection, they pitch in on all fronts, and they're also collaborators more than just like people who are going into the field and doing data collection. And also it helps, it does not do it completely, but it helps to reduce the sort of power hierarchy that exists between the researched population and the researcher. Briefly going through the findings that we've got with like the trades. With the BD rollers, we found that 79% women in our sample were self-employed own account workers, and 70% in rural areas reported the same. However, this does not imply that it was a large-scale enterprise. These are home-based workers. In the BD rolling industry, it's the men who actually go and work in the factories. Women form a very large percentage of the BD rolling industry, but they are home-based workers. They work from their homes, and these enterprises are very small-scale enterprises. Usually, there's a Mahajan involved who brings them orders. They make the orders and then they give it to the Mahajan. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that most of these women, if not all, are from oppressed caste and religious communities with very limited access to education and employment opportunities, which pushes them generationally into this trade, which means that generations are stuck doing this. Even the younger children, they are going to school, but they're still having to roll BDs because they say that the children have nimble hands, so it helps them to roll more BDs quicker. So even if they're going to school, they end up dropping out at a later stage because the lack of opportunities means that BD rolling is the most practical economic incentive, and yeah, that's how they get trapped in this generation. Poor and unstable wages coupled with inability to collectivize against it due to multiple vulnerabilities, reduced risk appetite. So what we have seen is Seva also works on collectivizing women and making their voices heard. However, when that is not the case, when that doesn't happen, individual women feel fearful for advocating for their rights. For example, if the Mahajan is not paying them the rate that they are supposed to get, if it's an individual woman, she is much less likely to go to the Mahajan and demand what is her rightful wage because she might lose her livelihood. If it's a collective of women, it's much easier because there are so many women and the Mahajan is forced to listen to them. Lack of identification documents leads to underestimation of the size of the industry and absence of data, which increases exploitation and vulnerability. BD owners in West Bengal are actually supposed to have a card, like an identification card, but often they don't. And this leads to a sort of underestimation of what the actual intensity and the extent of the problems are. 94% of our sample, as expected, reported health issues, physical and mental. Now, we don't have the expertise to go into the health aspects of it. So we very superficially touched on it, but basically it was related, the mental pressure and problems were related to financial distress, especially right after COVID and during COVID because of the absence of orders. And generally, physical health was according to what they face in their trade, like with their hands and with their eyes, because they have to focus so much. It results in a lot of health issues. This is an example of the card that they're supposed to have from the labor ministry. Women who are weavers, in West Bengal, the weavers are mostly situated in Folia. And as mentioned before, they're auxiliary workers. And the process of weaving goes through multiple stages, and the women involved at the different stages, according to their skill set, are coming in. And they're not doing everything. So the weavers that Seva works with in Folia are largely dependent on Mahajans for their work, similar to the BD rollers in Murshidabad. And even though Seva worked with weavers in Folia since it has been happening since 2016, it has led to some women becoming master weavers because of the training and support that we have provided them, which means that then they are more in control of the process and the money that is coming in. And they also get to employ other women for the different stages that the weaving process goes. Their problems are also similar in the sense that they have poor access to institutional credit, ownership of outdated machines, which is a huge problem, and outdated machines such as spit looms and weak access to market aggravates the vulnerability of the weavers, which essentially means that they are the artists and they are producing the product, and the product might be getting sold in a market somewhere for a very high price, but almost never do the weavers themselves receive this benefit in their community or their families. Jharkhand, again, agricultural workers and domestic workers. So 29% of the women in the sample started working post marriage in their family field. So they got married and went to the family, and the family was involved in agriculture and they also got into it. Women have been working in the field from as short a duration as 1 year to as long as 50 years. In case of domestic workers and other gendered work, which includes sewing, taking care of children, women have been working for as short a duration as 1 year and as long as 30 years. Their idea, so there's no concept of retiring for women in the informal economy. Usually, if you ask them when have you stopped working, it's almost never, or till their bodies give up or their bodies allow them to go on working. As per our findings, widowhood was one of the major factors for reliance on domesticity-related non-agrarian work like domestic work in Assam. So when it comes to alternate livelihood, which was the whole thrust of what we were trying to study, we found that there are two implications for alternative livelihoods. One, for women who do not want to or cannot shift to alternative sources of livelihood, which is usually older women or women who've been in the trade for really long. So they find it very difficult to shift entirely to a new thing. Interventions need to be designed to improve conditions associated with the women's existing trade. This is a sort of half compromise, which is not like the best case scenario. However, if there are a certain group of women who are absolutely or who are not interested or willing to shift to a different trade, it still makes sense to like bring in some measures that will make their life less difficult. The second is for women who actually do wish to shift or can shift to alternate sources of livelihood. Provision of targeted support on an individual or a collective basis helps to make that transition. To make it more specific or to explain what we mean by this is usually these are more younger women who have different aspirations for their life. So, for example, I mentioned the younger women in the community, whom we employed as data collectors. Yes. So for these younger women, there is potential for them to shift to different trades and not continue in the traditional trades that are often exploitative. And there's opportunity also to help them in through like formal infrastructure of education and employment. Quickly going through the recommendations. So again, for the women who do not or cannot shift, tailoring or sewing came up as like a good investment or least because they have machines in their homes. And although this cannot be like a very big source of income, it did help them during the crisis to like take orders and earn money through it. Advocacy and organizing, as I mentioned, one woman advocating for herself is much more difficult than a collective, which makes their voices stronger. Women-led small businesses, again, through our finding, we found that it's really hard to set up a business with informal economy women in West Bengal because the access to capital and marketing and like the whole network of what it takes to set up a business is not present, at least in areas like Murshidabad. And often for them, the cost of setting up a business is much greater than the money that would come in, which implies that it's almost a failure. Even if they were to try and like give their best, it would fail because the systems are not in place. And resilience building, again, not just through individual caliber which is like training and skill building. There are a lot of skill centers there. They often do not lead to shift in trade because just training would not help. There also has to be like asset transfers and sort of more holistic support. So just to give a quick example, there a lot of the young girls who were data collectors, they said that we know, like there have been training centers that taught us how to use a computer, but we forgot because we don't have a computer at home. So what is the point of that training? They're not going to be able to use the skills that they need. So they need assets to take forward the whatever training is being given to. For Jharkhand, again, additional training for alternative livelihoods, digital literacy training, which would help them in making their payments, especially during crisis, like what we saw, when you're not being able to access payments or give payments or access bank accounts, etc. Digital literacy would really help. Modernizing agriculture, I would say this with a disclaimer in the sense that this should not be the case where modernizing means that we are trampling on the local natural ecosystems. However, introducing machines that makes the labor easier for the agricultural workers is a good place to start. And home care cooperatives for domestic workers, we do have some of our own in Seva, like Seva Sevani, for example. Cooperatives which will take care that the working conditions, wages, etc. are fair for the domestic workers rather than they're going to homes and they're being exploited in the name of work and getting very little out of it. Next generation women and occupational transformation is basically what I referred to before. These are the young girls from the community. In fact, those two women on the right side of the presentation are the grandmothers of these two girls. and they were the ones who did the data collection. And we did interviews with a lot of these young women too, and they expressed a desire to be like doctors or police officers, and they're preparing for exams. And this is basically to say that the supportive ecosystem needs to be there so that they can shift entirely from these trades to more dignified and good work environment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Eamon, for a nice understanding about in Jharkhand and West Bengal regarding this vulnerability during that crisis. So we are running out of time, but this particular session has to be finished by 1:15. But right now it's 1 p.m. So I would like to have all the observations that, if you agree with me, in the last of the session, I mean, after those 3 deliberations are there, so I feel that you jot down your any kind of observations and maybe the encouragement to the young scholars, and so we can have a quick information exchange in the last of our this session. So in this particular session, may I ask Vasudev Bhoi from JNU New Delhi for his deliberation education of rural students during COVID-19 crisis, evidence from a field study in Bargar district, Odisha.
Thank you, Professor Kiran. Good afternoon to one and all. Am I audible? Yes. Actually, my name is Vasudev Bhoi. I am pursuing my PhD at Center for Economic Studies and Planning in JNU. So the topic is education of rural students during COVID-19 crisis, evidence from a business study in Bargar district of Odisha. This is the brief outline of my paper. So, as we all know, that in March 2020, government of India announced the lockdown, and all sector of our economy has been affected by this, and education sector was not an exception in India as well. So, and due to this pandemic, online education emerged as a preferred and predominant option for all educational institutions. Many educational institutions across the different states had shifted to online education. And the issue was not only the prolonged closure of educational institutions, but also the uncertainty about the time when they were supposed to reopen up after the lockdown. Actually, according to UNESCO, due to this pandemic, 1.5 billion students have been affected. And the many, apart from many issues due to this outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in education sector, the following can be broadly categorized. That is learning loss, unable to attend online classes due to unavailability of devices and internet facilities, nutritional loss to school-going children, more time devoted to work by students during this pandemic, and the chances of their being dropped out. Coming to the data sources and methodology, this paper primarily based on the data collected from a village survey. The survey was conducted in 2 phases. One was in the March 2021. The second round was conducted in November 2022. All households in which at least one member was enrolled in any educational institution were covered, and all households having an unmarried member of below 25 years of age were covered in the study. This second thing has been added to cover the dropout things. Secondary data on various sources has also been collected for this. And this model mainly uses a binary logistic regression model for studying the factors which affected the participation of students in online education. These are the outline from the literature. I am not going into details. So basically, the profile of the village study it is a village called Telemahol in Bargar district. It is a multi-caste village, and 145 samples has been collected. And the sample households comprise of farmers, sharecroppers, landless, manual workers, PT businessmen, and salaried employees. This is the composition of household by social category, and a fair sample has been taken from the village. And this is the details on occupation sample, occupation of sample households. That is farmers constitute around 72%, to salaried employees and PT businesses together constitute around 16%, and landless laborers are around 12.5. So in the talking about the educational facilities in the village, there is a Anganwadi center. Under a single building, 2 Anganwadi workers are working in the village. There is also the upper primary school from class 1 to 8, and high schools and secondary high schools are 2 to 5 kilometers away from the village. Coming to the profile of students, 193 students have been covered in 135 households. Male students constitute 48% of the total sample students, whereas female 51. The students from different level of education has been taken, from primary to higher secondary level in the village. In the sample village, around 87% are enrolled in any government institution, whereas only 13% has been enrolled in any private institution. Coming to attendance of students in online education, you can see for 4 age groups can be divided for male and female. You can see across all these age groups, female students are relatively more engaging in online education. Coming to the attendance on basis of social category, a mixed result had been seen from in the age group 6 to 11. Others are relatively less. Actually, I want to add that other category include both OBC and other. Very few general households were there. That's why I combined them together. So, in the mixed result can be seen. Coming to the online education by their parents' occupation, you can see the landless manual workers, their children are 0% from the lower age group. They were attending any online education, where whose parents are in any salaried employee or in PT businesses, their participation in the online education is relatively very high. That is 40% to 83% from different age groups. This can be seen across education level. Here also we can see that female participation is relatively more than male students. So then the point comes, why students were unable to participate in online education. First was the challenge of access to devices, the nature of access, whether it is shared or exclusive access to the device, and also the lower grade students were, even if they had access to devices, they were facing difficulties in using the device. And secondly, obviously, internet connectivity issues. Around 35.86% household reported that they have no any access to internet connectivity. Although the other households who have access only through mobile data. So government was also tried to have some television learning program for students, but in the village, around 60% household did not own a television. So, and obviously there was also problem of electricity in the village, which is required for our devices to work. Around 6% household also did not have any electricity connection. And it was also found that participation of children in various workforce during this pandemic. So coming to the access to devices, this is the nature of access to devices for male students. From primary to secondary level, all students who were attending online education will only use shared devices. It is only the case of higher secondary and above 42 male students had exclusive access to devices. But the scenario is quite opposite for female. Only 11.76% had exclusive access to devices, although they were managed to attend online education. But access was very only on the basis of share. So coming to participation of children in various economic activities and household and care work, actually farming, looking after animal, and working on family businesses, and any paid work has been here categorized as economic activity, and cooking, chilling water, looking after siblings has been under the household and care work. Here we can clearly see that male students or male children, they were engaged more in economic activity compared to female, whereas female workers, that is an obvious thing in it. We have seen all over India that female workers are more engaged in household and care work. One interesting thing here, we can see that mainly the household and care work, they are done inside the household. That can be attributed to one of the reasons for children, female students, they were able to attend online classes, and male students who were in economic activity mainly outside the household. That's why they reported that they were not able to attend online classes. And I am not going into detail of this in this slide. This is based on the private, mainly paid private tuition, how the thing was before pandemic and during pandemic, they were able to attend. Coming to the present status of male in the village, and students who were from primary to higher secondary has been divided, and never in school also in the age group 17 to 19 we can see 4.5% male were never in school who were currently in that age group, and dropout has been seen from 12 to 16 age group onwards. No, that fortunately no students were drop out in 6 to 11 years. Same is the case for female as well. But here we can see that dropout in secondary is relatively more in the group 17 to 19 compared to male students. The dropout status also has been categorized into before the pandemic and during the pandemic. We can see that all the dropout of the students during the pandemic only. And yeah, and secondary or during around this is for the male, only 33% during pandemic, dropout for 70 to 90, but in the case of female, it is around 75% together, in secondary and higher secondary, both included here. So this is the binary logistic integration model. We can see the result here, that what are the factors that affect status of online education. In the binary logistic model, dependent on status of online education. One means attending online education or zero otherwise. So here you can see that gender, this is for female, that female are, as we see from the data, also more likely to attend online education than compared to male student. And the odds of attending online education also increases with the increase in age. So that is also at 99 point significant levels. Coming to the occupation of parenthood, parents are in salaried employed or in PT businesses. They are 5 times more likely to attend than landless manual workers. The access to device also, we can see that number of people when PT reduces, they are 4.5 times more like they are able to attend. So this is why online education was not a good substitute for physical classroom. Apart from difficulty with online education, there is also discontinuation of MDM in the village we have find. Only twice in the whole year they had given diet ration to school going children. No supply of sanitary pads to adults and adult students, and non-disbursement of irregularity in the books, school uniforms, as well as fellowships from students. Apart from students, teachers were also facing various difficulty in conducting online education since virtual assessment techniques are also new to them as well. So briefly going to the findings. In the present study, we have found that higher grade students are participating more compared to the lower grades in online education for for the student, online education was only limited to WhatsApp texting, that is sharing any documents or study material via WhatsApp only. So, and the proportion of female students, and I have pointed out, was relatively more. And the inequality of the access to devices also, we have seen that from male and female on the basis of exclusive and shared devices. And the nature of engagement in various activities is also one of the reasons for the differences in attendance of online education by male and female students. The amount during this pandemic has been found relatively more among the female than their counterparts male from different environments. So basically, how we are dealing with this pandemic here can set a stage for any unforeseen such type of crisis in the future. So we have to look into it. And this is some policy implications from my study that government should emphasize on better infrastructural infrastructure is used for online education, such as internet connectivity. That also could reach to the rural area. There is also need for proper technological training for teachers to how to conduct the online education, online classes. So there should be provision for targeted interventions for remedial classes for those who are disadvantaged for online education. There is an urgency to undertake some initiative to discourage the use of child labor by poor family with some monetary mechanism to ensure that the children should remain in school even after reopen during such crisis. In the village, I have found that teachers were engaged in Mohalla classes, taking few number of students. That was, we can say, was a good initiative to keep the student in learning process. So programs such as Mohalla classes and community studies also should be encouraged in place of online education if possible for lower grade student at least. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boris Delek, for a kind of interesting topic about online versus offline. So all of you know, all of we know that offline is always better than best. You can see for online. This one pandemic makes some kind of difficulties. So may I ask the next presenter, Keshav, Laura, and understanding of healthcare disparity in Jharkhand, API based rural and indigenous people. So may I ask you, Keshav, to speak within 5 to 7 minutes so that we can have just a discussion. Okay, sure, please.
So, hello everyone. My name is Keshav. So, the title of the paper which I am presenting is the Understanding Healthcare Disparities in Jharkhand, a PRA-based study on the rural indigenous people. So, as we all are coming from the pandemic COVID phase, so we all are aware with the casualties and the devastation faced during the COVID-19 phase. So, as there are the devastation, there are some opportunities, there are some situations which all faced during the COVID and after the COVID. So here we are looking at the healthcare challenges which we face during the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19, which we are still facing in our day-to-day life. So for the broader significance and the global relevance of this paper, I look it from bottom to top approach to understand the 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by our UN in the September of 2015 as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And it helps us to understand that what are the things which we will look to for the global development, which is the idea behind anything. So here later on we will try to look at few agendas, few development goals of the UN SDG in the objective of this paper. So to understand this, let's move forward and understand the research objectives. So our first research objective is to identify the key healthcare disparities in the rural community. Here, I recognized and documented the specific inequalities available in the healthcare services, access to it, and health outcomes. the moment we are understanding this research objective, at the same time we are looking that it has a relevance and potential impact of this objective on the sustainable development goal number 3 titled good health and well-being, where we can understand that how these disparities should be eliminated from the society and the culture so that we can focus on the all development of the society, and which also this goal and for the good health and well-being of the society for the all at the all cost at all cost. So the next objective is to understand the structural factors contributing to these disparities. When we are looking at this factor, this objective, we found that this objective is also aligning with two of the SDG goals. That is, one is the SDG goal number 1, which is titled No Poverty. This goal is stated that the understanding structural factors contributing to the disparities which help to elevate poverty, as poor health leads to economic challenges and the vice versa. So there is a need to understand these two. At the same time, this also linked with the SDG 10, which is about the reduced inequalities. As the moment we will reduce the inequalities of the society, we will move forward, which is our one of the main goals of society. And the third objective of and the final objective of this paper is to develop community-driven strategies to improve healthcare access and outcomes. And even this strategy is under the aligning with the two goals of SDG, that is SDG 3, which we already discussed about the good health and the well-being. And another is the SDG number 17, that is the partnerships for the goals. This here under this goal, it helps talk about the collaborative efforts in developing the strategy which resonate the principle of partnership, which is critical for the any group. When we look at our NHRM, there is a convergence where all the different departments of the organizations came together to find out the solution of any problem. In the same way, when we look at the community, there is the idea that people should come forward and find out the solution of the problem which is among them. So that is also a basic goal behind this objective. So after looking at the research objectives, the research method which I use is the participatory appraisal. And the idea behind using it as it emphasizes the use of participatory and interactive techniques to gather in-depth context information from the stakeholders. And for the data collection techniques which I use is the focus group interaction, in-depth interview, mapping, and the ranking. So there we can see there is the 3 maps. So before going to this, let me tell you something. That my field is the cluster of village named Sirsia, Pandeti, and Siroli. There is an interesting fact about this village that before 2018, these are the Gram Panchayat. And after 2018, this comes in the Nagar Nigam. So the moment they get transformed from rural to urban spaces, COVID came. Now this transformation from rural to urban goes behind a huge hijack because of the COVID. So the government, in some senses, forgot to focus on this transformation for the smooth transformation, and these villages are facing the difficulties. Like in some context, in some officials, they are recognized as the rural space. In some officials, they are recognized as the urban space. And this is the context problem, real-time problem which these villages are facing. So in the map 1, which is the transit walk, which shows the direction from where I enter to the village and the other things. And the map 2 is about the resource mapping, where you can see the other resources of the village related with the healthcare services. And the third map is about the social mapping, where there is all the social services available in the village. These things which is available in this map. And the idea behind this map is it helps to gather fundamental information about the site which we can use to develop further strategies and to solve the problem. So there is a table which we can look, the table number 1, which is a problem ranking. So in this table, where the participants themselves figured out the disparities and rated them from on the scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is for the least problem and 10 for the maximum problem. So when we find out that after the analysis, we found that SOSH. So after the analysis, we found that the sanitation services is a highly ranked problem among the people. So when we look at the sanitation services, earlier we were talking about the sustainable development goal. We can link this with the sustainable development goal number 6, which is for the clean water and sanitation, which is one of the goal of the UN SDG. So this is also related with the SDG goal number 6. Apart from this, the next highly ranked problem is regarding the clean water. So, which is a huge problem among the people. We can see in the image there is the connection for the water, but there is no tap. So, this is the situation. And the reason behind this is there is not ample sources of the water solution. That is also one of the reasons behind this. The another problem is about the maternity. So we can see the example of this ambulance which is available in the village provided by the government. But this ambulance hardly used 1 or 2 times, and due to not proper maintenance of the services and the availability of the resources, it is in this dead manner. So whenever there is some pregnancy cases, the people have to go to the 10 to 15 kilometers, which is the nearest hospital. So this is one of the key things. The another highly ranked problem is regarding the integrated child development services, and the another is about the primary health center. So as we can see that this is the urban primary health center, where the Anganwadi workers are not getting the medicines because these people are not considered them in urban spaces. And in the rural primary health centers, people they are not getting because they are already transferred into Nagar Nigam. So this is also the critical and structural problem these people are facing. And another thing is about the nutrition program which government is doing by the various sources, schools, Anganwadi camps, but this is not up to the mark. Even after the COVID-19, this is one of the primary reasons behind this also. So this is the another table. After the analysis of the problem ranking, we went for the metric scoring to understand the structural factors behind the highly scored. Which one we take the example for the sanitation services problems. So understand that what are the main problem behind these all things. To understand this, we made the metrics scoring. Again, here participants involved and they find out the prime problem and they again score on the basis of 1 to 10. On the scale of on the scale of 1 to 10. And after analysis of this metric scoring, we found that the most common problem again is the natural water sources. Here we can see the use of most of them are using the well even nowadays for the drinking water sources. And there is a river at the nearby, they are using that water for the drinking sources. And these problems become more bigger and more scary in the days of rainy season when there is not proper sanitation services and the facilities. Next one is the community toilets. You can see this community toilet where there is no gate. This is a hygiene problem, sanitation problem. At the same time, this is the security problem for them. So this is the situation. And the next one is the city hospitals. There is no hospital in the nearby region where people can go. There is not availability of primary health centers, sub-centers. And the nearest hospital is at the minimum distance of 5 kilometers. For them, they have to pay at minimum 100 rupees for one way. So this is the situation at the ground. So to eliminate this is another Anganwadi Kendra. So this lady is from the Anganwadi Kendra, and the 2 Anganwadi Kendras under the same open. So this is the resource allocation problem again at the ground level, which we found in these services. So after analysis the matrix scoring, we went for the we went for the find out the strategy. We went for the trend analysis using the seasonal diagram. That in which season, which problem is more regular, more occurrence, more occurring at regular interval. And we found that there are 3 problems which are round the year. One of these is about the inadequate toilet facilities, which we can see there is the even in the matrix scoring we found this problem. And the another is about the waste disposal, about the sanitation. There is not proper facilities about the waste disposal and the sanitation. And the next one is the lack of access of clean water. And the whole idea behind finding out these problems to find out the solution. The moment we figured out the problem, we can focus on the solving these problems. And as these all problems are linked with the sustainable development goal, it has a global significance. So we can say that to eradicate the healthcare disparities, which is more vulnerable and more tragic after the COVID-19, this pandemic, we have to figure out these all solutions, and which these all problems are linked with our sustainable development goal number 1, goal number 3, 6, 10, and 17. So this is the thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Keshav, for giving me the word that you have made it within 7 minutes. So right now we have the last speaker of this session, Shweta Das from IISc at Bhopal. Shweta will be talking about the economic instruments and mental well-being of the rural workers who are relative insights from South Asia. So again, I'm asking you for 5 to 7 minutes. I do that. You can do it. Completely.
So thank you for having me today in this conference. I'm from IIT Bhopal and I'm a student in the Institute. So, hello. So my study is mainly on the psychological and well-being of our farmers. Our farmers are the backbone of our society. Farmers are the people who grow crops and all the things for us. But in the recent years, they face a lot of problems and worries that can make them lead to mental stress because of their occupation. Now, now from the background of my study, agriculture is one of the most hazardous occupation due to high risk involvement in farming. Also, in recent years, farmers across the world have faced unprecedented levels of economic and environmental stress due to changing climate and unfavorable conditions like pest infestation and escalating input prices and growing uncertainty in the output market. A growing literature also finding that a bidirectional causality between economic well-being and mental stress. Less is known about the mental well-being in rural workers and how economic instruments can help improve well-being among rural workers. In this study, we attempt to understand how different economic instruments can play a role in improving the mental well-being of rural workers in LMICs, low and middle income countries. But the main problem is why we really don't know which are the main economic instruments working in the ground basis. That's why we conduct a qualitative analysis in the two objectives for the two objectives. Different types of economic instruments are available and how the instrument beneficial in their daily life. For the data collection section, so my PI in my institute, Sandeep Kumar Agarwal, was responsible for the data collection process and the project received funds from the Wellcome Trust in the UK. So our study encompasses a diverse group of participants including farmers, health workers, researchers, and social workers, a government official from two countries, India and Bangladesh. Additionally, we also I want to add something. In Bangladesh, we have a very huge sample size because in that time of COVID-19, my professor cannot do all the interviews because of the closing time and all. Additionally, we intentionally included academicians and participants in our sample to allow triangulation of the data to get the trustworthiness of the data and all. So in the interview section, the interviews are held by FGDs and one-to-one interviews are happening in there. After the data collection, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Agarwal and me contacted both the transcription and thematic analysis part for the interview. So for the methodology section, we mainly use the grounded theory thematic analysis. In grounded theory, mainly it's an inductive process where first we analyze the data, then come to hello. In inductive process, we first analyze the data, then come to a well-founded theory. And in thematic analysis, we just first transcribe the.
I think Shoikot will be audible if he doesn't have the mic. I feel Shoikot will be audible to the last bench. Yes. Should not do it because it is actually wasting the time to test it. Please, Shoikot. Okay. Baba Sher.
Okay, so for the qualitative, for the thematic analysis, in this process, we mainly first transcribe the data, and then with the transcript, we get the by code, and then with the code, we get a theme which is recorded, and after with the help of the teams, we come to a theory format. Okay. First of all, I want to say that before starting the result section, I want to say that this is my preliminary work and the result, and I want your valuable feedback. So for the preliminary research, the things which are the main problems in the farming sector and which are the main causes for the mental well-being are here. Like for financial aspect, loan availability in the way. Okay, I want to add one thing again. The interview section are happened in the 3 regions in the India, like West Bengal, Sundarban region, and Mandya region, Karnataka, and Vidarbha region, Maharashtra. So we add Sundarban region because in the recent years they are facing so much natural disaster every year, and like floods, cyclones, which has a threat to their livelihood also. Also for the last 2 things, Mandya and Hyderabad will select these regions because farmer suicide and agrarian distress are much higher in these 2 regions. Okay, for our primary result, financial aspect like West Bengal, Sundarban. In Sundarban region, there are no loan schemes available for cultivation. They have to, so people typically use their land, jewelry, and collateral for a loan and obtain a significantly high interest rate. Also, many farmers are concerned about the interest on the loan, which is why they hesitate to borrow money, and they use their savings and do whatever they can farm. Also for Bangladesh, in Bangladesh region, there is a microcredit program available without interest. But however, the problem is the primary challenge they face the requirement to repay the entire loan amount in a particular time, which is a very big thing, like which is very difficult for them. Also in Bangladesh, there are numerous local money lenders and there, but the interest is too much. Like rupees 5 for 100 rupees per month. Like it's like 60% compounded in the year. Now for the crop insurance. Insurance only considered the last for the insurance for crop insurance is like it helps when the crop destroyed. So the crop company give you the money about what you invested in the crop and all. But in West Bengal, there are insurance only considered last crop harvest, even though replanting is often necessary because they have to plant neither they cannot do farming after that. So which crops are already destroyed, they can show the proof of that. So insurance company therefore not they give them the money. In Maharashtra region, in Vidarbha region, most of the farmers are aware about it, with the existence of the crop insurance, so they cannot get benefited with that. And for Bangladesh, in Bangladesh, only a small number of people are aware of crop insurance, and while some have knowledge about it, no one able to provide them the proper knowledge at which time you have to do the insurance and what are the what are the conditions, and they don't get the information. Now for the expenditure in this agriculture. So it is a big problem in recent years. In Karnataka region, labor costs have significantly risen. Like agriculture, nowadays in Karnataka, the cost of a daily labor for farmer is it goes to 800 rupees. So this in the interviews also they say that the do a farming in field, you can do a worker. This is the more beneficial best. And in West Bengal, farmers in this area are facing challenges with rising price of feeds and fertilizer and seeds. In the recent years, it are rising so much. Now for the availability of inputs like water. Water issue is a major issue in the whole India and also in Bangladesh also. Water in Sundarban region, water is scarce during the summer, forcing them to purchase water for crop production and all. Also, there is a problem like when the flood happen and anything happen, the saline water come to the field and all, so they can't grow crops for 2 or 3 years after that. But there is a big problem with that. Now in Maharashtra, due to lack of water in this region, farmer many times left that land empty because of that. Because they can't get in that region, the water is very. Now in Karnataka, in this region, the majority of the people do sugarcane crop, which needed very much lot of water for that. But due to diversion of a river in that area, they got improper supply. But before 1996, they grow very much crop and they get a good profit. But after that, river diversion happened and they are good. They cannot get good crops from that. And now for West Bengal region, farmers in this region are receiving duplicate seeds. Because of that, also there are no certificate seeds in that region. Also, this is a very big problem right now. Because when they plant something like mango tree or all, first 2 years they can get good crop, but after that the whole investment all gone because of that. Now for the controlled fertilizer market. In Bangladesh, the problem is the fertilizer market is controlled by the government. There is this time in 2007, I think. Yes, in 2000 time, there is no availability of fertilizer. So the farmers do farming without fertilizer. So the investment all gone into that. Also, there is a uncircular there is a fraud happening in the seller engagement because very black marketing is also in there. So the farmers cannot do anything about it. They have to buy this. Also, if they complain against the COO, then after that they will get the fertilizer complaint. So nothing is that. So the most common and stressful challenges for rural workers are common like crop reversal. The crop reversal is a nightmare for the farmers. Like if they give investment and labor in the field, and after that they don't get anything for that, this is a very big problem, and they go mentally stressed after that. In West Bengal region, Sundarban region, flooding is every year there's a flooding happening. So they just do farming and don't get anything for 3 4 years, and that's the reason they are in very mental stress and anxiety is in there. Maharashtra region, the main problem is only about the rainwater. Rainwater is in a year, like many years, the rainfall is not common in that area. So many times rain happen and many times rain not happen. For that reason, they are facing crop devastation also. So for the natural disaster, flood and cyclone are the two very common problems in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. In recent years, these two areas very often affected by structural food flood. For that reason, the rural workers lost their crops, livestock, and also some of the time their home get destroyed for this disaster. And in that time, they feel a lot of pressure in their mind and also which affects their productivity for later time. Now, there are some schemes which give support for the psychological well-being for the farmer. Like in schemes in India, like Pradhan Mantri Krishi Kisan Samman Nidhi. This is really a helpful, beneficial for the farmers. Also in COVID time, they got the money, so they can use it for their livelihood and also. This is a very good one. Now for Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. This program was created to provide rural laborers for 100-day work. If they can't grow in a year, so they can make their profit from this thing. But the primary issue is the initiative irregular availability of 100-day works and late payments are in the. So this is the big problem in this. Now for the minimum support price. Frequent abundant harvest result in oversupply, leading to a significant price drop, a nightmare for a farmer. Because the crop price will decrease and they don't get any profit from it. Also, they got loss in crops. So that's why this scheme was there to give the farmers a minimum support, then they can get the profit. But the main problem is the scheme is affecting scarcity of government mandis, necessity farming of transport their crop and distant location. Also, in this scheme, there is a problem is if you want to sell in the government mandis, you have to store your own land. So which farmers are farming in a mortgage land or like buying land for some time, they can't sell in this. Those are there are many problems. Also, if there is a payment is like 7 months delays also happen. So in this case, in this reason they can't sell in MSP because many farmers are take loan for farming, so they have to repay the loan, so they can't do it. So they sell the crops in lower price to the normal one. Now schemes in Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh there is a very big problem. Universal schemes are not available in Bangladesh. Beneficiary selection relies on a local law. If a local union member identifies someone as a poor, then these people will identify as poor. So if you know someone, then you can get the benefits or not, then you can't get the benefits. So this is a very big problem. Right now, the expected government support in the interview of the analysis, we question the interview person. What are the two big things you are needed from the government? So they are saying these things, the availability of subsidized. So they are saying that if the government give them a loan for a big time period on with low interest, so they can expand their farming. Also, these domestic animals was start small business alongside farming to enhance their livelihood. Now for the soil check. So this is a thing which I get from YouTube. This is the last. Okay. Then next. So on the interview, we get there. The main problem is they don't know what are the need of the soil. So if say though they want that, if someone stays their soil, if some people government some employees agriculture workers in that area, so they can do the soil test and they can fertilize, they can give fertilizer according to that. Because for that they just go to the shopkeeper and say something and they give their some assumption about it. Because there is nothing beneficial with them. Now for the water supply, farmers are reliant on the government to address pressing issue of water scarcity, which is significantly affect their ability to cultivate. Particularly during the summer season, the consequences of the water scarcity often leads to the abandonment of the land, that resulting in sustained losses. High quality seeds and fertilizers. As also you know that fertilizer and seeds, high quality seeds are a big issue in West Bengal also. So their main requirement is the government gives them a government certified seed, which they help them for a long term process. They can now for the farmers the expert and guidance. So farmer all the farmers feel that they want a proper agriculture official in their office or in their village or all, so they can get the proper guidance and all to get a lot of profit from the farm. Now for the presentation, the sample size in Bangladesh is relatively small. We had planned to include farmers and workers as PW in Nepal in our study. Due to high surge in COVID-19 infection, our travel to this country and to be cancelled. While for many it was apparent during conversation that there are symptoms in mental illness. Often a condition had not been clinically diagnosed at that time because of COVID. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
It's really a good session. It's really a good session, and we have a lot of information, at least to me, lots of information. I think a lot of people know something, but I was really in a blank mind, and a lot of things I have gathered from here. So as I thought that will it be possible to take a quick questions, or we can make in the lunch. So we can discuss over lunch. So best thing is this, after in the lunch we can have a kind of idea that can kind of exchange of idea, but just a kind of summarization from my part, I would like to mention that this is really firstly the two things work for the resilience. And what I find is really a coalescence, that the kind of coalescence we have multidisciplinary and for the well-being of the human for the COVID-19, time of COVID-19 and post-COVID-19. So the young minds were very good, and also the person who talked from Thailand, it was also a very nice thing. So we have seen a lot of things about it. So I congratulate all of the speakers, and for my behalf, and also for Indian Statistical Institute behalf, and I am telling you for my behalf that I am very much humbled and very much grateful that I have been invited to do a beautiful duty of the chairperson. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Meeting after lunch at 15
everyone. Sessions, post ones will be very difficult for everyone. But anyhow, we have to do our job. In this session, we have two invited talks. Is he ready? One speaker, first invited. Yes. All the other presenters are here. What you are asking? Everybody is here. See. We have two online.
Yes.
Okay. What about other offline people? They are here. Oh. Once again, good afternoon. I welcome our first invited talk by Professor Santosh Kumar Sahuji, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Sir, I welcome you for this invited talk. Are you here, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You are audible.
Yeah, thank you.
So can you start your talk, sir?
Sure, sure.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the screen is visible to all of us?
No, not yet.
Is it now visible?
You asked him to launch meeting or something. Not yet. Yes, already.
It's all right then. It's all right now.
Now you're visible.
Now you are visible, sir.
Okay. The PPT is visible or the PPT is not visible?
Not visible. PPT is not visible.
Okay. I'll just do it again.
You go to share and please.
Yeah. Now it is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, wonderful. So, good afternoon, all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Behra, who has been discussing a lot for this event and the talk. I'm an economist at IIT Madras. I also work with the School of Sustainability that has started recently with us at IIT Madras by taking various faculties from different departments and disciplines. The talk that I would discuss today here is basically current work that we are doing in Odisha as a part of a research project funded by Government of India, where we want to look at the health impact or out-of-pocket expenditure of the households in the rural India from a theoretical perspective and also from a quantitative and data perspective. So I'm going to talk a bit of the recent result that we got and have a discussion on this. As this particular activity and the particular seminar is on livelihood challenges and opportunity, so the additional burden on the household health expenditure defies the idea of whether household health is a public good or a private good. So I start the presentation with that idea. When we talk about the classification of goods in economics or in social science in general, are we placing health as a social public good or we are placing it a private good? And particularly for individuals, households which are extremely impacted by the climate extremes, when additional burden happens through COVID-19 pandemic, how does the behavior changes? And can we think about a framework to develop so that we can have a particular policy in context. So to begin the talk, let's go back to a bit of literature that is available to us in terms of looking at the existing work that is done by IPCC and other framework to address the issue related to climate impact first. Because this work is largely network between the studies on climate extremes, taking household as an economic entity, and then the most recent COVID-19 pandemic to create a kind of a longitudinal data for the same household identified before COVID and after COVID-19. So the idea here is, in one hand, household face the budget constraint of not being employed. In the second part, the household is facing vulnerability due to climate change. And the third part is the COVID-19 impact adds an extra risk on the household in reallocating their budget towards feasible solution to healthcare expenditure, and mostly general healthcare expenditure. We're not talking about the large scale investment that goes for certain diseases. So as we know, climate extremes are a phenomena that is happening in and around us. And there is a great detail about talking in terms of at an aggregate scale, by looking at the mitigation and adaptive expectations from the government and other agencies, starting from IPCC to the government, which also indicates that the classification can be done based on the sectors that are largely dependent on the climate activities. Agriculture is one of them. And the change in the temperature may result in a positive change in the output, may also change in a negative change in the output, but the composite impact of climate may definitely have an inverse relationship with the agricultural output. Given large-scale employment happens even today from the agricultural as a primary source, even if we have shifted to manufacturing, then jump to the service sector, but we largely depend, the majority of the East Coast population depend on the income that comes from the agriculture side. So therefore, the natural resource depletion becomes an important criteria here, where we need to understand how efficiently the natural resources are equitably distributed in terms of the utility maximization. So literature indicates that what happens is, when natural resource is being distributed, they are not evenly distributed depending on the market conditions and the demand for a particular goods and services. Hence, what happens, the public policy that looks in terms of this vulnerability section need to be a little bit more focused to identify the natural resources in such a way that an impact on natural resources has to have its own distributional impact, not a direct impact on a certain section or certain vulnerable population when we talk about. Which also takes me to the idea of market, where we have the market characterized as monopoly to the perfectly competitive market. Similarly, the land classification, if we look at similarly the land acquisition that we look at, it basically deviates people from their primary source of income generation, and hence they become vulnerable. So vulnerability from the literature of climate comes along with the vulnerability of income that comes from the employment perspective, and a burden on COVID-19 adds much more vulnerability in terms of explaining the household characteristics for the budget allocation. So this study would look the global models first to create the idea of how we can theorize this, and consequently, if we can further link with the poverty, food insecurity, and other issues. So if we carefully look at the estimates of various regional climate models, there has been evidence that climate change has impacted positively for yield, as well as climate change has impacted negatively for yield, depending on what kind of goods and services are produced in a particular region. Now, when we talk about the eastern coast of India, particularly the area between the state of Odisha and West Bengal, if you look at, largely people depend on rice cultivation and cultivation of the traditional goods and services, where the probability of flood and drought are quite high as compared to the temperature change. So what happens is, there is a continuous event happening in terms of climate extremes, which have direct impact in minimizing or destroying the production system, and hence the equitable distribution of income. Now, having the idea, if assuming that IPCC is correct, and if the temperature is going to go up, then number of extreme events are going to increase. And if number of extreme events are going to increase, then the production system will definitely get disequilibrium. And if in that disequilibrium, majority of the problem would come towards the vulnerability section that are already in the poverty, and having an health impact like the COVID-19 would worsen the condition because mobility becomes a larger issue. So if we remember the COVID-19 scenario, what happened? The first sector that was highly impacted was the mobility sector. And therefore, migration has an impact. Therefore, the reallocation of resources from the migration income has also an impact on adding the stress on these vulnerable sections, other than the impact of climate change itself. So therefore, if we triangularly connect, what happens is in presence of a health extreme like COVID-19 and a continuous pressure from the climate extremes, makes a particular household's budget constraint minimize the utility instead of maximizing the utility. Therefore, it is an important study that we have to look at and see who are the people that are probably going to be affected, what kind of public policy you can bring out to explain the livelihood and other activity of the study region. So there are methodology developed which are largely in terms of characterized from the Food and Agriculture Organization in terms of the agriculture and understanding the system of agriculture. I'm not going to that extreme of explaining the agriculture sector and how it is being connected with the rest of the sectors and the macroeconomic model can be done. But what is interesting to look at is, can we borrow certain ideas from these FAO models, which are basically the standardized model of agricultural production function, and look at the household production function to gauge the relationship between the macro variables and the micro variable of interest. And therefore, this study is important in understanding the livelihood or how people respond to perception about having climate change as an issue, or perception of having the experienced learning of what they have faced in the COVID-19 scenarios. So there has been a lot of studies conducted in climate economics and climate sociology areas, where you can look at various approaches has been undertaken to explain the ex post and ex ante behaviors. And largely randomized control trial experiments have been done. Largely case studies has been done in terms of identifying the vulnerability groups and hence identifying the household utility function. Right. Now, at this condition of the Indian economy context, what happens is we have a heterogeneous set of states that are characterized heterogeneously based on economic activity and based on the resource allocation perspective. So if we think in terms of net zero as an example, so the coal-dependent states do not have an alternative option for employment generation. Now, what happens is if we suddenly shift in terms of minimizing the expected increase in the temperature, if we suddenly shift from coal to non-coal based, what happens is the livelihood threat comes by default, because there is no reallocation mechanism of employment or livelihood generation for the people who are staying in those particular states. Namely, you can look at the western part of Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and this belt, where largely we are dependent on coal extraction and use of coal in other states. But there is an economic incentive of getting coal out of the mines, because it is a catalyst to increase industrialization, and hence the market gets the input, which are largely used either in the thermal power plant where we get connected right now, or maybe in the industrial process. Therefore, there has to be a mechanism of reflecting back how we can basically address the questions of the reallocation process by addressing the livelihood challenges of people who are in quote unquote the ex-Bimaru states, which are not developed in terms of infrastructure, employment, livelihood opportunities, but also to support these states, because these states are catalysts for growth, along with the industrialized states like Gujarat or Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra, for example. And hence this study makes an important contribution in this case, which try to explain the difference between the food security implication and the impact of such assessments. So, for instance, many of us talk about public distribution system, and if you think in co-joint fashion, that means climate extreme happens and health hazard happens. That means at a particular time, health becomes a public good. For example, when COVID-19 happened, it was a public good. But when, for example, I suffer from, let's say, cancer, it becomes a private good, because I utilize my capital being saved to treat myself from the cancer. But when it happens, a massive scale of inflation happens in terms of the COVID-19, it becomes a public good. Now, the investment that is required for the public good comes from the government exchequers, which has to be reallocated in such a way that it has to reach to the last household, which is in the bottom of the pyramid, starting from the efficient household, which are able to manage without the reallocation process. And hence, it is important to look at how the food insecurity implications can be gauged through the impact evaluation of such kind of initiatives. Now, if you look at this model, which is basically borrowed from the Food and Agriculture Organization, what is being done as an additional entity here is we have added few more indicators of choice depending on a systematic visit in these particular locations by primary data collection, rapid rural appraisal, and etc. to get the feeling of the particular households, what they perceive in terms of their vulnerability stand, the healthcare as a private or a public sector, private or a public good, and the climate extremes, right? So if we look at from a very macro perspective here, we have the drivers for global warming, which are documented well in terms of a macro models, which basically translate into a micro model for a proper data behavior and hence connecting with the public policy. Then we look at the parameters of judgment in terms of climate change. Then we create a response set of indicators, which basically talks about the adaptive response for food system. Now, why food system is important? Because in this particular region of interest that I'm interested right now, they are largely agricultural dependent household, or they are the migrants, and the migrants are not basically well-off migrants, but they are seasonal migrants, right? And the second classification of livelihood comes from the employment in non-farm agriculture sector. And one of the reasons is the farm agriculture is not giving enough profitability. Therefore, households tend to migrate to non-farm activity in a large in terms of a migration behavior. Now, if you look at the adaptive response of food system, then we can further classify into changes in the food system assets, changes in the food system activities, and changes in the components of the food security, right? Which possibly changes based on the macroeconomic indicator change in the agriculture industry at a large. So just to give an example here, 20 years down the line, probably, cornflakes was not heavily consumed in an economy like us in the breakfast. But probably today, whoever is connected with us here, majority of might have gone for a cornflakes in the breakfast, right? So we have changed the food behavior depending on the market force. We have changed the food behavior based on the production system and the production-based linkages. Particularly, if you look at the state of Odisha, southern part of Odisha, what has happened, there is a shift in terms of cultivation has happened from agriculture from rice to non-rice based agriculture, because large big farmers from Andhra Pradesh tends to cultivate cotton in these areas. So what is happening is people who used to cultivate the predominantly the edible resources for agriculture are now depending on the market force. Now, in absence of the market force, particularly, let's say during COVID-19, or let's say during a crisis like a climate extreme, what happens is they do not have stock with them, and therefore they depend on the flows. And in absence of employment, what happens? The flow become highly costlier, where the nutritional level and the accessibility to food decreases. And hence we try to look at the changing pattern of food intake and the shift from food X to food X1, because either of the market conditions or because of the production system change. So further to little bit understand the dynamics of how we bring the coping mechanism in this, if we can look at from the idea of the income generation as agriculture income in the middle. From agriculture, we can link it with the consumption pattern, because usually if you look at the database available as of now from various agencies, what happens is a farmer consumes the production and sells the additional into the market, right? But in presence of the changing behavior of farming, what happens is the farmer sells into the market first, then consume it back from the market, which means that the entire dynamics of the networking between the farmer and the market is now shifted away from the historical narrative of producing, consuming, and selling. What is happening is producing, selling, buying and consuming. That means the network itself is getting disturbed. In that particular condition, when we have the climate extremes coming into picture, what happens is the burden on those producers, largely marginal farmers with very low quality of land or very low amount of land, suffer a maximum, and they become the vulnerable to different kind of economic intensive and disintensives, particularly in the context of the climate extremes. And hence what happens, the coping mechanism has to be brought out along with the adaptive capacity, so that the risk factor that comes, one from the climate, second from the health, has to be addressed properly. Now, these are certain models which are also published in various other papers, which are basically creating an idea of vulnerable population groups in view of multi-level risk. So multi-level risk means first risk is the income risk, second is the consumption risk, because the consumption risk is now coming because I depend on the market force. I don't produce now, therefore I become the consumption risk. Earlier, I used to consume what I was producing, therefore the consumption risk was relatively low. So in a multi-level risk framework, the first level of risk comes from the idea of the climate extreme, let's assume in this case. Second level is the production risk. Third level is the consumption risk. And then you have the health risk that comes as one of the other parameters. So therefore, there are various approaches to figure out this behavior, which we try to classify in this particular fashion, which is presented in the slide. The first is vulnerability to food insecurity analysis from climate change. That means we take historical data from the households, how they have consuming, what are the new additional food grain has come into their food basket, and what are the elements which has gone away from the food basket. But then again, we go one step down to look at the demographic characteristic, fiscal, social, human capital, and other characteristics of the households to basically identify whether social networking is important or whether the set of households are away from the market force because of certain characteristics. Then you look at the income source, because that is the primary choice variable here. If I have a continuous function of an income, probably my behavior of consumption is different as compared to if I have an income which is non-continuous in terms of a monthly income. So therefore, it is quite important here to look at what is the type of income that I generate and what is my consumption risk and what is my income risk. And then we also look at the geography and other characteristics which are equally important, because the regional presence of a particular location, whether it is near to sea, extreme, far from sea, whether the slope of that particular village is different, whether the probability of destroying by flood is higher. All these characteristics matter, because sometimes what happens, majority of area are eaten away by the climate extreme when mean sea level rises, increases, and hence the agricultural land becomes saline and hence production cannot happen. But then the question of exposure to climate change remains as it is, because this is a perception-based one. Now, even if we tried a max, but the problem is quantifying certain things are difficult at this point in time. For instance, the perception of whether climate extreme will have an impact on me depend on the entire idea of capital structure that I have as an independent household, right? And the perception of damaging the physical structure is equal for a poor person as well as for the rich person. So if the households are near to the sea, the infrastructure damage would impact similarly for anybody. It may be a rich and the poor, but the perception might differ based on the construction quality, based on the based on the age of the particular house, or based on the different characteristics that come in terms of infrastructural quality. Once we know this, then what we can do, we can come up with a capacity to cope with weather shocks. That means we create variables that can capture the weather shocks, and then we plug it with the COVID-19 impact. That means households which have been identified as vulnerable because of the climate shock, are they the same household which have also been impacted by COVID-19 in general? So how do we do it? The framework is presented here, where we have the present characteristics of the households given, and we have the risk classified as shocks, trends, and seasonality. For instance, the COVID-19 is considered as a shock variable here, not a trend variable, because the probability of occurrence is not continuous, but the probability of occurrence for the climate risk are continuous. Therefore, they are the trend variables. Seasonality is basically whether the rainfall level has been gone up in a particular year or reduced in a particular year. So we classify them in terms of the risk. Second, we also look at the risk management. For example, what happens in certain areas and certain governments were very expert in terms of mitigating the impact of the climate risk. For example, if you look at the recent data which was generated for the government of Odisha has almost achieved zero human loss in multiple climate disasters. That means the institutional support has been higher in terms of addressing the problem of climate change. But at the same time, whether impact of climate change and impact of COVID-19 went on similar or they were different, we have to look at from the data set. Then we look at the availability of food and access to food, because these are two different issues. Availability and access are different issues, because during the impact of climate change or during the COVID-19 periods, access to food might become a major issue as well as the availability of food. At the same time, if the market behaves differently, certain goods and services are probably going to be costlier as compared to the previous year. Therefore, it is difficult for the households to have food availability and also accessibility to food. If we address these two together simultaneously for a particular household, we define something called food consumption. And of course, we also talk about food utilization, that is particularly for the households that are generating or producing goods and services in the agricultural market, and then whether they're selling it and consuming, or they're basically depend on the market force to consume it. And then we get the nutritional status of the particular household, which then can be linked with the health outcome of the individuals. So now having predominantly a set of indicators at the household levels where the data collection happens, and then we have set of indicators from the perception based. The first thing what do, we try to estimate something called a vulnerability index. Obviously, index cannot be generalized. Index cannot be equal representative of households, but to come up with a quantifiable public policy, we need to have some numbers which can represent a household in the category of either higher in terms of the vulnerability scale or lower in terms of the vulnerability scale. Now, these vulnerability scale are further classified in terms of demographic vulnerability, which tries to capture the density of population and literacy. Climate vulnerability takes the variance in the annual rainfall, variance in the June-July rainfall, which are the monsoon rainfalls, and frequency of extreme events. How many extreme events are happening in that particular area? Then we have agricultural vulnerability, which predominantly we look at the rice cultivation, because this study area is largely in terms of rice cultivation dependency. We look at cropping intensity, area under cultivation, that is one of the major variable of interest. And we also look at the livestock and the cattle activities, because they are the allied agricultural activity, which also have an impact on the market force. Then we also look at the fourth important indicator, which is occupational vulnerability, which comes from the livelihood vulnerability, which basically looks in terms of the total workers, agricultural laborers, manufacturing laborers, if at all anybody is there in those locations. And those who are not in the workforce, we call them as the non-workers. Now, having these indicators in the perspective, what we do, we try to first look at climate change factors classified by temperature, rainfall, drought, and flood, calculate the sensitivity in terms of the farm yield, what is the agricultural yield that has come up, household income, variations in household income, health status, how many times they reported to the hospitals, how many times they have spent more than what has been given in terms of a public support, which basically indicates the out-of-pocket expenditure, and any other sensitivity measure that a household feels or perceives in terms of reporting to the researcher. Then we classify into the third component, which is differentiated vulnerability, classified into biophysical and socioeconomic vulnerability. Then we get a score, which is called an aggregate vulnerability, goes in terms of an household vulnerability. So it's a multitasking behavior and multi-level indicator of creating an index. Instead of only looking at economic activity, we are also extending it to other parameters which are important for a public policy setup. So looking at the area of interest here, we have done study in Kendrapada district of Odisha, which is one of our study locations. There are multiple other study locations which are in Andhra Pradesh and in the state of Tamil Nadu, where we are also looking at the coastal districts in terms of the vulnerability pattern and try to come up with some solutions for health policy and climate policy together. And if you look at these, in fact, if I can highlight the laser pointer. So these are the areas of study that we are interested in, which are inland near to the coastal part and have high slope characteristics, which are basically Mahakalpada and Rajnagar district of the Kendrapada district of Odisha, where these are two districts which are in the east coast and sensitive to the climate extremes. Agriculture activity is quite large in these areas, particularly this belt of Mahakalpada. If you look at, they're highly sensitive. In fact, there used to be a set of villages called Satabhaiya, which essentially probably means 7 brothers or 7 brother villages, out of which 3 brother villages have been wiped out under the sea because of the climate extreme. So the problem is the villages are already eaten away by the mean sea level rise, and people have migrated to inland, and that creates not only a problem for the livelihood opportunity but also conflict. Of course, we are not addressing the conflict in this particular work, but it creates a burden on the social setup and economic setup of the other regions where people are migrating from these Satabhaiya 7 brothers villages to the inland, particularly in the Mahakalpada block. So once we characterize the entire idea of the district and the population, what we do, we define the variable of conceptual variables, largely vulnerability, sensitivity, exposure, and adaptive capacity. Now, the vulnerability comes from the idea of hazard loss, which is basically a GIS-based technique where we are computing the digital elevation models, where we basically compute the degree of slope of a particular village towards the seashore, which is basically indicative of the vulnerability of a region, whether if you are located in region X, you are going to be highly vulnerable as compared to if you're located in region Y. Sensitivity is a covariate which we are looking at the perception data of last 20 years and perception of rainfall and temperature for last 20 years, which is basically an intensive study, intensive data collection process by engaging with the stakeholders and the households by asking different questions of what they feel in last 20 years, whether there is a possibility that they have felt that temperature has changed or there is a change in temperature or not. Then we take the original data and plot it and see the correlation coefficient between the perception and the real data, which gives us the sensitivity of the measurement. Then we have the exposure, which we call idiosyncratic behavior, which basically a cropping households, how they perceive it and how livestock having households are perceiving it. Then we have set of household characteristics, which are composition of agricultural activities, SHG participation, which are largely in terms of creating community capital formation. We also talk about the infrastructure quality in terms of access to nearest market. And we also created something called a climate change adaptation index, which is basically what is the occurrence of these climate extremes and what was the historical loss recorded in these areas. So that gives us a climate change adaptability index for us. Having done this activity, the next work is basically to frame the econometric question or model it based on a kind of a quantification model that we can, depending on the size of the indicators, we can always come up with the climate extreme models where we first classify whether these households have suffered due to the climate extreme number one. And if they have suffered due to the climate extremes, which is in terms of the calculated the value of the loss that they have suffered, whether these guys have also suffered due to the COVID-19. So that means the loss and damage that happened because of COVID, because of the climate extreme, and loss and damage that has come because of the COVID-19 phenomena. So we create a group of them, identify and give scores to them, and then we estimate the given parameter of choice, adaptive capacity, exposure, and sensitivity as a first step to understand the hypothesis. That so the idea here is wherever in India there is a possibility of climate hazard, and if there is an additional stress for COVID-19, then that become much more vulnerability, and the risk and exposure level is higher as compared to the other regions. Therefore, these regions need a special public policy support. Now, next we'll move on to the other parameters of adaptation. That means what are the activities the household did themselves in order to combat the problems associated with them in terms of extreme climate events and COVID-19 as a parameter. So we model it again. Again, we estimate based on adaptive capacity, exposure, and sensitivity, where we classify them in three cutoff. If you look at here in this slide, cutoff 1, cutoff 2, cutoff 3, which essentially indicates if there are people who have less impacted compared to others, we create a stepwise function for them. And who are these people? They basically were not impacted higher than others. So basically, we're creating a ladder of indicators where there are well-off people and there are bottom-up people where we need differentiated public policy for them. So having this, what we understood from this particular work as of now, which is in terms of we are still working on it in terms of understanding the livelihood impact, the health hazard that comes into picture because of a sudden pandemic, which was not expected by neither the public policy experts nor by the households. Plus, they have already a burden on climate change. That means the risk is now double-fold as compared to the standard literature of addressing climate risk. So climate risk in presence of COVID-19 become a stressful activity for not only livelihood employment, but also the market, how it functions from the food security issue. And therefore, what we right now indicate to the white paper that we are submitting is there has to be a heterogeneous public policy designed irrespective of the state or the irrespective of the government mechanism to address only for the East Coast regions, because the East Coast region are highly sensitive as compared to the West Coast region in terms of the climate extremes. And East Coast region is the region where development work has been weaker as compared to the East Coast of India. Large scale industries are not present. Neither big cities are present in the entire East Coast, but the big cities are present in the West Coast. East Coast is partially poor as compared to the West Coast. So therefore, when we address the question of livelihood, we must look at the idea of climate extremes, how climate extremes join hand with the additional risk of COVID-19 or any such kind of health hazard, and how we can basically address this question. So this is the beginning of the discussion that we are going through in terms of identifying the coping mechanism at macro level, for example, at the level of Odisha, and also at the level of meso level, which is the district level. And we are also going to talk in terms of the household level, identifying characteristics and choices of behavior by how the public policy can directly link with the identified vulnerable population instead of a flat singular policy for climate extremes and health policies. Given there has been a lot of policies framework being created for the health outcome like Ayushman Bharat and etc. as an insurance policy, can we also have some insurance policy that can join the dots from the climate extremes to the livelihood problems, to the social capital, the networking capital of the infrastructural vulnerability and others, so that the household which are placed in the bottom of the pyramid, who are suffering from unemployment, forceful migration returning back to the villages, and having a low income category of budget constraint, can basically come up with some kind of public policy which will help them in terms of adjusting their coping behavior in such a way that they are not targeted by either the climate extremes or any public health behavior that comes into picture. So with this, I thank all of you for the time given to me, and I think there was a thumbs up already given, which probably an indicative of how I should be stopping at this point. And any questions, suggestion, critics, I'm eagerly waiting to take it from you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Santosh Kumar Sahu. It was a wonderful topic, determinants of health expenditure and export analysis of households in rural Odisha. But it's just a bit of, I was wondering that your presentation was more about climate change, food security, and livelihood vulnerability, livelihood vulnerability. So, giving your analysis. So I was just say, expecting that there could be more, focus on something related to cost and expenditure, health and expenditures. Would you please explain a little bit why you focus on this part? And why there was, how this health expenditure is connected to this. Then I would rather ask other people also to have a couple of questions, but please, if you could explain a little bit about it.
Sir, is it possible to type the question, because there is an echoing coming? I'm not able to hear the question properly.
Repeating again, I think you can hear me now. Is it clear now?
Yes.
When giving your topic, determinants of health expenditure, I was expecting that there could be some, figures on cost and expenditures, determinants of with regard to determinants of health expenditures. But it seems like you focus more on climate change, food security, and livelihood vulnerability.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking, that in how you explain it. Yes.
Sure.
I will ask our delegates to have some questions, a couple of questions.
Okay, I have just one. Yeah. Quick learning. Hello, I feel that you can listen me. Myself is Arun Bondapadhyay from Calcutta University and a student of anthropology and faculty of anthropology for a long time. So I'd like to ask, that was an additional one, that in addition to Dr. Behera's learning, I would like to learn that you are talking about the health taking only the consideration of height. I find that health is not really the height. So if there is climate change and other, that maybe right now what is the problem to ours is a kind of double burden. We have undernutrition and as well as obesity driven non-communicable disease. because of sedentary lifestyles, it is going on. So this is the quick learning ability. If you can give a quick learning experience to me. And I find in case of your, this is the independent variables, your coefficient and standard of errors, and you have given a t statistics. So will it be that t statistics will be the negative? Because we are making the differences of the mean. So it is comes up as a negative. I don't know. I can have a learning from you. Can statistics as a negative, statistics as a negative, because what does it mean? And finally, I would like to know that in the last discussion, it's very interesting that we talked about the heterogeneous policy. Can we think that heterogeneous policy is very much needed for India? Because it's not possible in India to make an homogeneous because of ethnic diversity, cultural diversity, climatic diversities, and everything. And finally, in your discussion, it was came out as climate change and pandemic. Climate change is fine. Climate change is not really very much related with the pandemic, but somehow it is related. There are some components. But can we take in a bracket that climate change and pandemic on your particular deliberation? Thank you so much for listening.
Climate change and?
Climate change and pandemic in the last discussion. Climate change and pandemic.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Dr. Sahu, I have a question.
Please, sir.
The same table, your source relates to 2016. COVID occurred in 2020 in India. So how do you relate the two?
I will, yeah. Okay, so can I respond quickly and then come back with additional questions?
If there is no other question, then we can go.
Yeah, so largely the first, I go to Dr. Behra's question first, where the determinants of health expenditure was not explained. So what happened is.
Okay, Professor Sahu, one more question.
Yeah, please, sir.
Professor Santosh, it's a nice presentation. This is Dukhabandhu Sahu from IIT Bhubaneswar.
Yes.
I saw this table actually, which Professor Ravi Patra was telling also. You given variance inflation factor, that is 1.07. So is it average variance inflation factor, or because variance inflation factor is for each of the independent variables?
Yeah, of course, it's an average VIF.
But then actually averages hides many things than what do they do?
I'll come back to that. I mean, you are indicating the multicollinearity thing, right?
No, actually, I'm just indicating. See, it's why do you present the average? It's not written average.
Yeah.
Average VIF rather than individual VIF.
Okay, so of course that's a question on multicollinearity, and in the average VIF is given that it basically indicative of largely multicollinearity issue is not there. And given the estimate is a multi-level estimate of taking the scores that is arrived at from the adaptive capacity. So there has to be a multicollinearity, which basically it is very difficult to wipe out. But the indicative is it is not as high as expected, so that the model is correct. That is the only indication that I have here. But I take your suggestion. Thank you very much for your suggestion on the VIF part. Coming to the determinants of health expenditure, yes, we did not do the determinant of health expenditure, but try to explain from the vulnerability point, because the health expenditure seems to be somewhere highly deviated between the mean and the max. There are households which have max expenditure, there are households which have very minimal expenditure. So it is better to create an index, and that is exactly what we try to do, an index. And in this index, the health input is already there, present in terms of an health outcome. So we try to look at whether the household's vulnerability, which is indicative of the health expenditure, can also be linked with the idea of determinants of health expenditure. On the height example, that was an example and an indicative of height. In fact, in this particular question, we have, this refers to Professor Arup's question, if I have correctly heard the name, from Calcutta University, that it is height is an indicative of the example. So that is the framework which was adapted from different studies. So here we do not have any question on the height, right? So we have the related question on the health expenditure, but yes, it is very well said that undernutrition is one aspect which we can definitely look at as an additional thing. Non-communicable diseases, yes, if we go one step down and get the health data from NFSH and plug it here, then probably we'll have much more information than what we can present right now in this particular table. Now, T statistics negative value is possible. There is nothing wrong in that because it's basically the relationship between the coefficient and the standard errors. So when coefficients are negative, then obviously the T statistics will be negative. There is nothing wrong in that. It's a standard statistical process. The only thing is we always look in terms of the modulus of the T statistics when we look at the probability of T being significant or not. So it can be negative. There is nothing wrong in this particular case. Coming back to the 2016, the source that is written actually is basically from the study of our earlier study, where we try to compare. That means one of the papers we have already published on a similar line of thought, and we put it in line, and obviously it's a typo that I have done. The source is not changed. So this is basically a study which is already published in Current Science, where that was the first study we did, which is we are continuing with the same household, and we are doing repeated sampling with the same household in Kendrapada. So the data collection started from 2012. Next data collection went on in 2015, and the recent one is 2023. So we are trying to create a panel of information from the same household. The only addition is this time we have added COVID-19 questions, because previously we are only looking in terms of climate change issues. Coming to the other interesting question on climate change and pandemic, I definitely would like to read a little bit more on that, but my understanding was climate change is a continuous function because it happens periodically, and the probability of the climate change prediction is quite robust now. But pandemic is a discrete function that is not a continuous function, and it's not a probabilistic function that we can probably assume when the next pandemic would happen. That is the reason I wanted to keep it different. But again, I would like to read some more literature on this, whether we can probably call it together in terms of climate change and pandemic. That's an interesting and very good way of looking at it. I'll definitely look at few more theoretical literature to address this, creating a link between climate change and pandemic. Finally, heterogeneity in terms of public policy, yes, it has to be there because regions are different. When you talk about livelihood, when you talk about agriculture or impact of climate change, we are not in a homogeneous setup. Neither we are in a political boundary condition by coming up with policies. In fact, the best possible idea is to come up with policy for the agroclimatic zones in such a way that the result of such policy would be higher than coming at state level policy or national level policy. So this would be my reflections for the questions raised. If at all, if there is any more questions, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. It was a wonderful talk and wonderful responses to our queries. In fact, we could have discussed more, but due to paucity of time, I have to move ahead. I have to go to the next speaker.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Professor Rao. We will take this slide.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So now I will invite Professor Sambit Malik from Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. Professor Sambit Malik, he did Masters and PhD from University of Hyderabad. And after his PhD, he joined in Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He has contributed significantly in the area of science and technology, and eventually he has, ventured into livelihood and, of course, I think related to rural development issues. So without cutting much time, I'm inviting Professor Sambit Malik. Professor Sambit Malik will speak on livelihoods, not confined to the rural. Professor Sambit Malik, over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Behera, for inviting me to reflect on livelihood systems. I can see Professor Dukhabandhu Sahu, I can see Professor Santosh Kumar Sahu. In fact, I learned a lot from Professor Santosh Sahu's deliberations now. And also I was present in the keynote address by Professor Habibul Haq Khonkar. I had a class at 3 o'clock. I told them to postpone it to 3:30, thinking that by 3:15 it will be over. I can complete my stuff. Now I have postponed it to 4. Okay. Now my job is to complete it in 15 minutes or so, and then I'll take some questions. Okay. Is it fine? Yeah. Is it fine? I mean, am I audible properly? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. See, from where Professor Khonkar and Professor Sahu recently left, probably I'm not a person from livelihood area. I'm not an expert in this area, whether livelihood or poverty. And certain questions are very compelling to me, precisely because of my preoccupation with philosophy of science. I mean, when I say philosophy of science, if you look at how, why I said livelihoods, perhaps not confined to the rural, or why livelihood question is important in Indian context. When I say science prior to the 19th century, I mean philosophy as such, philosophy prior to the 19th century was divided into 2 parts. One, natural philosophy, and the other, moral philosophy. Natural philosophy is nothing but science in the present sense of the term. I mean, the term science was coined by William Whewell, as you all know, in the 19th century, 1830s or so. But prior to that, it was known as natural philosophy. Natural philosophers, or scientists in the present sense of the term, are engaged in epistemological questions, whereas moral philosophers are engaged in ethical questions. I mean, when I say epistemological questions, the proponents of epistemology, they are engaged in such questions as what is knowledge, what counts as knowledge, how is knowledge produced, and so on. But perhaps historically and deliberately, they neglected such questions as the kind of knowledge, the forms of knowledge that we have produced, whether they are evenly distributed in our economy, culture, and polity. Questions of access, questions of inclusion, questions of affordability, democracy, they assume greater significance for moral philosophers. I mean, what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong? These questions were reified, if I use Lukács' term reification, that refers to the process whereby the result of our actions appears to us as a quasi-natural thing, partially natural event, because we do not recognize, we often do not recognize its origins or the process that has gone into its formation. I want to reify. What Marx used alienation, Lukács used reification. It's a serious methodological question for both the proponents of epistemology as well as ethics. When I tend to, it doesn't imply that I'm telling you that no, ethics is more important than epistemology, or epistemology is more important than ethics. No. I mean, or treating them separately would be misleading. I want to integrate epistemology with ethics, or in other words, I want to integrate natural philosophy with moral philosophy, and such integration results in modern philosophy of science. Science as an inquiry into the nature and limits of a particular knowledge. When I say limits, by limits I do not mean limitations. By limits I mean under what limiting conditions science is practiced or pursued. In such circumstances, when I say questions of access, questions of inclusion, questions of democracy, affordability, and so on. They are not confined to only rural. For a pretty long period of time, we have been dwelling upon a rural livelihood, rural poverty. But perhaps livelihood question, the question of poverty, they have also some kind of, in a way, they have transcended these geographic boundaries. And COVID-19, the pandemic that we tend to see, actually in more ways than one, it has reinforced such inequality perpetrated by the unholy alliance between the state and capital. I mean, most people who live in developing economies or underdeveloped economies, or you can say that in Indian context, most people who live in rural areas, I mean, when we say anthropology of development, sociology of development, we not only look at the peasantry, but we also look at the urban poor. That's also important. I mean, that's why livelihood question of poverty, they are not confined to only rural areas. Now, perhaps, I mean, if you look at the pandemic and even before the pandemic, I mean, there was joblessness, no doubt about it. And now, due to pandemic, maybe one can say that no, now joblessness has become more striking. I mean, Professor Sahu is there. I mean, Dukhabandhu Sahu is there. Professor Santosh Sahu is there. They are economists. Though I have forgotten my economics after 2001. Though my economics was my honors, I've forgotten. I mean, what Keynes said, John Maynard Keynes, in the General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money of 1936, that a single dose of government spending can create a generation of income and employment as well. And with the weakening of welfare activities by the state, perhaps employment generation will also be on decline. Perhaps, maybe my economics friends can correct me if I go wrong. When I say a single dose of public investment, I mean government spending is, I mean, it can alter, it can generate employment and income. And India is also no exception to this. I mean, if you look at the post-independence India, the state became an active player in development projects. I mean, now that's on decline for last 40 years or 30 years. So, such livelihood questions, when you look at, we tend to look at livelihood questions, the question of poverty, in the face of adverse social, economic, and political circumstances. 2 points are central to an understanding of such phenomena today. The first is the circumstances of poverty and the reasons for poverty have to be understood through the detailed analysis of social relations of production in a particular historical context, between those with land and those without land, those with land without investment capacity, and those without land. Okay. For example, between rich and poor households, between men and women, between rural households and the institutions of the market and the state. And the second point is that the modes of livelihood that typically prevail both within households and between households are highly diverse. rural households typically, okay, now urban households are also affected by that, may derive a part livelihood from farming, maybe a part livelihood from migrant labor undertaken by absent household members in urban areas or other rural areas, and also a part livelihood from a variety of other activities, more or less informal, unorganized sectors such as petty trade or beer brewing. Variable combinations of activities of this kind, likewise gendered in respect of unequal dispositions of labor and appropriations of income between women and men, are often themselves subject to rapid change over time. For these reasons, for these two reasons that I just now tried to make sense of, livelihood questions themselves are not very easy to study, to examine. I mean, you can, economists, statisticians, mathematicians, we all deploy quantitative methods, measures. Anthropologists, sociologists like us, we as a student of sociology, I not only use quantitative methods, but also use ethnographic methods to make sense of. Ethnography is extremely important because ethnography teaches us to go beyond the dichotomies between the absolutist, idealist conception of the immanent development of knowledge on the one hand and historical relativism of those who construe knowledge as purely a conventional social construct on the other hand. I mean, that internalism, externalism debate within knowledge production, we want to get rid of. Both these points are strongly perhaps illustrated by Bernstein and his colleagues in that, what is the name of the book? Rural Households, Crises and Responses. Okay. Two striking points, two vignettes, if I have to say, from the lives of poor people in very different areas, maybe rural or urban, may be used to illustrate the importance of analysis of social relations and understanding diversity of modes of life. I mean, what Bernstein and others, or Murray, they have been doing. I mean, one they have taken from Bangladesh, which is close to India. I mean, their agricultural relations of production, I mean, there is a parity. And also South Africa, there is also a parity, but of course, I'm not trying to homogenize agriculture in that sense, but I want to, if I have to look at Professor Khondkar's reflections this morning, then I feel that we must build these macro models, global model, to reduce inequality. And inequality cannot be conceptualized only on economic terms, but we also must look at inequality on social, cultural, political terms. Of course, economic inequality is also important. I'm not denying that, but inequality cannot be reduced to only economic. The one that is Bangladesh and South Africa, and it takes me to, it compels me to think of what Foster's work that highlighted prescient understanding of, Marx's understanding of the human nature relationship. Somebody asked Professor Khondkar that what is man-made. Somebody said human nature relation. See, we all know that that human nature relationship, that subject-object relationship, is a little dicey. It's very complex. Earlier notion was that nature controls human action, and nature has not discriminated us on the basis of religion, caste, creed, color, gender, and so on. And it is the human beings which we have created these notions of inequality, parameters of inequality. That nature controls human action, that is a metaphysical way of looking at things, and positivist and post-positivist way of looking at human nature relationship must be looked into. That when people said in the 19th century idea of progress, they suggested that no, human beings also know how to control nature now, master over nature. By acting upon nature, human beings not only change nature, but also change themselves. I mean, the social relations of production undergo changes. That's extremely important. But perhaps a few perceptive thinkers, including Marx, when he said that there is a dialectical relationship between nature and human beings, you cannot place any whether nature or human beings on a higher pedestal vis-a-vis other. We need to understand the significance of the Anthropocene, that that this planet is for everybody to celebrate, this planet is for everybody to consume. Okay. But only one species, only one class, only one section of the population, if they consume the bulk of the material, perhaps then that will be a problem. That's a livelihood question, poverty. These questions, perhaps in more ways than one, have generated or have contributed to the vistas of new forms of knowledge in in examining the issues of livelihood and poverty in a more objective manner. Of course, objectivity, absolute objectivity is a myth. Nothing is absolute in this world. For example, if I say the theological stage, Comte's law of stages, if somebody says that who has created us, the proponents of the theological stage suggested that we are products of supernatural forces. Gods and goddesses have created us. The proponents of the metaphysical stage, they suggested that no, we are not byproducts of gods and goddesses, we are byproducts of nature. On account of which they started attributing godly status to tree, fire, water, air, mountains, hills. And then came the hero, Charles Darwin, when he negated these claims that no, we are byproduct, the origin of species, the evolution of species, we all know. Then our notion of livelihood must be located not within the gamut of supernatural or natural forces of production. Rather, it is a human-centered action. It is a byproduct of nature, man-nature relationships, or human-nature relationships, and the nature of the state. Why nature of the state? Various development trajectories that we tend to see today. Whether it is colonial or neoliberal or Marxist development trajectories, that whatever you can say. When I say colonial, I mean neoliberal, structural functionalist arguments. Okay. That complementarity and reciprocity of roles in the social division of labor. This is rejected actually. This kind of argument. At least in the academy. When you look at this perhaps contradictory clusters of development trajectories, we tend to feel that the nature of the state must be examined. Perhaps whatever development trajectory that we tend to examine, we have failed to examine the nature of the state itself. We have failed to examine the location of the state within the matrix of a class divided society, region divided society, caste divided society, and also the relationship of the state with various other contending social forces. The state, in conventional political science textbooks, what we read during our class 11, class 12 days, that there are 4 elements of the state: population, territory, government, and sovereignty. Actually, in the post-colonial phase, the state, I mean, in the 21st century, this why the state is important, why we must examine the nature of the state, precisely because, and I'm not telling you only Indian case or something, India is no exception to this. I'm trying to build some kind of a macro perspective on the state. The state is being reduced to the ruling elites, dominant political parties, the bureaucracy, and the military. And such conception of the state perhaps has deterring effects on livelihood questions and the questions of poverty. And India is no exception to this. I would be happy to take certain questions, maybe for another 10 minutes or so, because I have a class at 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you so much for the attention. Yeah.
Thank you, Maulik. Very nice talk. Thank you for your socio-philosophical analysis of livelihood. Of course, livelihood is not confined to the rural alone. Of course, livelihood is not confined to the rural. I mean, it's from an empirical viewpoint, it is concerned to all human beings. Okay, I understand correctly. So all human beings, all societies, of course. So due to again time constraints, I think we can take a couple of questions only. There are questions regarding.
Just a second.
Question? So there is no question. So we go straight to the next speaker. Okay, thank you, Malik.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So we have 3 more speakers. Professor Ms. Rasmita Das, Uttam Kumar Bose, and Kirti Sangwan. These 3 speakers will be giving only 10 to 12 minutes maximum. So try to confine the talk within this time. Rasmita Das.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Rasmita Das, and I am pursuing my PhD from the Center for Economic Studies and Planning, JNU, UDB, and I am going to present about the economic impact of COVID-19 on young household and coping strategies. A case study of Chilapada village in Bhadrak district of Odisha. So as you know that the COVID-19
title looks like a long distance prayer. To limit the title to 15 words. COA, all young scholars you should remember. And limit the title to 15 words. It could not be very long because once you reach the end, you forget what was there in the beginning. Important.
So as we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has posed a great problem to the whole world from developing to developed countries. So it has been considered as a most severe economic and social and
Are you
direct
aware that in the 12 minutes?
life threat to the masses. So as various countries decided to close their boundaries for which having restriction and lockdown and it is resulted in economic and social disruption which affected the millions of lives of millions of masses. So still this impact is visible now. So as per the International Labour Organization World Development and Social Outlook Trends of 2023, so that the unemployed is still 16 millions above the pre-crisis benchmark which set in 2019. So again, 2 years after the COVID-19 recovery. So the concern is not about only the unemployment issues, but also the global slowdown which is created by COVID-19 pandemic, for which the problem is that now the workers are ready to work at low quality jobs, even at lower wage rate, with the long working hours. So if this situation will continue like that, then the poor people are stuck in poverty trap. So if we see the macroeconomic impact of COVID-19 pandemic, so we know that the COVID-19 affected the economy in various ways, but the initial impact of COVID-19 pandemic is the contraction of the supply of goods and services and the sudden shutdown of factories and workplace, then there is a sudden fall in the income level of workforce, for which they for their spendings on the goods and services. As a result, it creates the demand for inwards, for which it puts the unemployment again. So then the next thing occurs in our mind that who are the big sufferers in the pandemic in India. So as per a lot of studies, I found that mostly the casual workers, especially the migrant workers, are the big sufferers in the pandemic. It is due to the two reasons that they are not provided any social benefits by their employers, and the second thing is that their income is not so much high that they can accumulate saving during such emergency time. So in our previous slide, we analyzed that the most sufferers in this pandemic are casual laborers and migrant workers. Then the next question arises: then what proportion of these workers are big sufferers during this pandemic? If we look the International Labour Organization data, then more than 60% of working population in global level are working in informal sector, and in case of India, it is 92.4% of workforce working in informal sector. So we can say that a large proportion of working population work in informal sector, both global level and India level. So we can say that a large proportion of these workforce are being sufferers in during this pandemic period. So the motives. So as we discussed in my other slides, that the most of the big sufferers were the workforce. So basically, in migration streams in India, we know that the rural to urban migration streams is one dominant one. So I'm focusing only on rural household because rural household move to cities and towns as a migrants to maintain their livelihood. So after the closing of the factories and the workplace, there is a reverse migration towards the rural areas. So how, by returning back to their villages, how they handle their livelihood day-to-day life. So it forms the basic of my motivation of my studies. So I set the following objectives for my study. The first objective is to examine the impact of COVID-19 lockdown on the employment status, income profile in livelihood, rural agriculture laborers and casual laborers in the study area. And the second objective is to investigate the access of rural households to the social security schemes during the lockdown period. The third objective is to discuss the possible measures to create alternative livelihood by reconstructing the rural economy after the COVID-19 pandemic. So regarding my study area, this study is based on the Chilapda village, which is located in Bhadrak district of Odisha. And why I am selecting this study area, I have the following justification. That is if you look the total census data, then basically Odisha has a agriculture based economy where more than 61% of people depend on agricultural activities for their livelihoods. And if we look the census data, then more than 40% of workforce are casual and manual laborers in the state. And the third thing is that as it is located in coastal side of the sea, it is subject to frequent natural calamities, for which due to frequent occurrence of natural calamity like flood cyclones, it affected the agricultural activities badly. For which due to the absence of agricultural alternative income sources in the state, the people in the state migrate to the other states for their livelihood maintenance. That's why I have selected the Odisha state. So data sources and methodology for my study, I have collected the primary data which cover the 80 households, and I have selected my samples for the simple random sampling techniques. And the descriptive statistics are used such as diagram, percentage, histogram, pie charts, and central tendency. And also structure questionnaire used for the interview of these samples in the study. So if you see the economically socio characteristic of study area and the sample households, if we look the census 2011 data, then the total number of households in the study area is 360, and the total population is 1,648, and out of that male population is 805, and female population is 843, which the sex ratio is higher than the state average, which is 979 females per 1,000 males. And in terms of literacy, then 63% is the literacy rate, which is less than the state average literacy, which is 72.9%. And in caste aspect, all households are scheduled caste. And if we look into the sample based on the primary data, then total household is 80 and total number of people is 415, and male population is 200 and female population is 250. And if we see the land holdings of the sample household, then about 39% of small farmers and 44% of semi-medium farmers are the sample household. So in this slides, we can see that the samples household are engaged in different occupations like the self-employed in agriculture and agriculture laborer and casual laborer in non-agriculture activities, and also around the small businesses like the small shop and also selling the fish. And also there's also very few salaried person. If we in order to measure the employment loss, I have considered a two-time period. One is during before lockdown, which is considered June 2019 to February 2020, and during the lockdown, which is consists of time period April 2020 to May 2021. If we see the employment loss in percentage terms, then it is non-agriculture casual laborers and the businessmen who have lost more percentage of people lost their employment. And in case of self-employed in agriculture, there is only 5% lost their jobs because COVID-19 has not affected so much to the agricultural activities.
Male and female both. Worker.
Yes.
Male and
Yes,
female.
sir. Is the figures which is state the same in regions. And as we see in my previous slides, that most of people in different occupations lost their employment So it is very need to do their income loss from different occupations. So firstly, I see the income loss of agricultural laborers for both men and females. So I calculated the seasonal average income for men and female by the following formulas. So if we see compare the seasonal average income for men laborers, then the average seasonal income for men laborers is fell by 39% from 2019-20 2020-21. And in the case of females, their seasonal average income is fell by 54%, which is higher. It is because when the travel restrictions to lockdown is imposed, then the men workers who are working in outside the city, they are came back to the village and they are replaced to the females in agricultural activities, for which females have lost their jobs in agricultural activities. For that, they lost their employment sources. And if we see the income loss of non-agricultural laborers, then I found only men workers are working in non-agricultural work. So if we see the average monthly income before lockdown, then it is 10,300, and during lockdown it was 4,063. So in percentage terms, the income of the non-agricultural laborers is fell by 60%. If we see the income loss of small businessmen, then we can see that before lockdown period, the average monthly income of a businessman was 20,200, which is quite high compared to the casual laborers and agricultural laborers. And during lockdown, it fell down to 10,111, which in percentage terms fell down by 50%. So it is not that much high compared to the casual and agricultural laborers. So in my previous slides, we see that most of people in every occupation lost their employment, also lost their income sources. Then the question arises in our mind that with no work and with no income, how these rural people are maintain their livelihood? What are the strategies they follow during the lockdown period to maintain their daily life? So in my study, I found that about 95% rural people borrowed money from other sources at a rate of interest, and about 12.5% people borrowed money from their relatives and friends without no interest, and about 38.75% of rural people borrowed sell their assets in terms of animals, gold, and lands in order to maintain their livelihood during the lockdown period. So in a previous slide, we see that a large proportion of that is the 95% of people borrowed money from different sources. Then in my mind arises that what are the sources of borrowing? So in my slide, we can see that there are various formal and informal sector sources for their borrowing. So if we see the major portion of people are borrowed from informal sectors at a higher rate of interest. That the rich present small traders and salaried person in money lender. So for which when they borrow money from informal sources, they may be extra burden for their on them for repaying the high rate of interest. Which after post COVID-19 period, we can expect that the recovery of rural people may not be such extent that they can live their normal lives. These things are we see that what are the problems of rural people during the COVID-19, how they maintain their livelihood. So the question arises that how the government policies is effective during the COVID-19 to support for their livelihood. So I mainly focus on for scheme, that is the old age pensions and the free ration for the public distribution system. That is the Kaliya Yojana, which is the state initiative, which is the aim of this schemes is to provide the monetary assistance to the small and medium farmers and land and agricultural households. And the fourth one is PM Kisan. So if we see the number of eligibility household and the number of household who really got benefit, there is a huge gap. So we can analyze that the government initiative, government schemes did not reach a large number of people who are really need these schemes during such an emergency. So when the travel restriction lockdown happens, the people who are living in other states and other countries, they are forced to come back to their village. So during coming back to their village, they are really depend on the work like which is provided locally, like the Narega. So if we see the work which is done under the Narega, we can see that those out of 80 households, about 70 households have one Narega card and 10 households have one Narega card. And out of 70 households who have Narega card, only 51% of households only got work under the Narega. And out of households who have not Narega card, that is 10, one households have work on Narega. Then it is worrying fact that the household who have not Narega card, how he worked under the this scheme. If we see the working days of availability to the household on the Narega, then we can see that about 57% of households only work 1 to 5 days on the Narega. It is not only 1 week. And 11% of people, there is 1% people got only 16 to 20 days. So if we see the entitlement of Narega card, then we can know that the government promised under the Narega schemes to provide 100 days 100 days employment to the rural population. In some sites, even people don't get 30 days of the employment, then how can we imagine to get about the 100 days of employment to the rural population? So these are the different months which rural households in which rural households work. We can say that in May or June there is a more proportion of people work under the Narega, and in other months they are not get the work under the Narega schemes. So if we look the payments on the Narega, we can see that only about 5% of households got their payments during the same month they have worked under this scheme. And about 67% of households got their payments after 1 month. And it is worrying fact that about 5% of households did not receive their payments yet. We can imagine that during such emergency when the people only depend on these schemes for their livelihood maintenance, even for their work, they can't receive their payments. So how the government is ineffective in case of in such an emergency, we can see from this case. So for my strategy, I have some policy measures for employment. As we see that there is a huge employment loss for different people in different occupations. So the locality, the availability of work can reduce the stress of millions of workers in the study village. And also, if the ability to work at local level at lower wage can be a good thing for the workers than the ability to work at higher wage rate in the outside the state, because we know that when during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the picture of migrant workers, how they facing the various problems through the television newspaper, so if they get work under the locality, even at the lower wage rate, but it can be a big thing for them. And in case, we see that in under the Narega scheme, so it cannot reach the large proportion of the people. So and I also found a worrying fact during my survey period that a individual person who have collected all the Narega cards from people, and they withdraw money and they give to each card holders around 120 200 rupees, and he keep all the money income. Then you can imagine how scams is happening under this government scheme. So I suggest these things should be looked into a in a serious stage. So the both state and central government should release more funds for the creation of employment opportunity at local levels. And in case of cash assistance, I say we see in my slides that in case of PM Kisan and Kali Yojana, even if they are eligible, but they are not what they are benefits under these schemes. So the public taxation program must be modified and updated in order to reach the needy people during such an emergency time. And social protection, we see that in free ration scheme that having of a card, they did not get their ration during this emergency period. So during this emergency period, government should provide free ration to all households, irrespective of having ration card or not. And like the Kerala government, which have done a very good initiative, then if we continue the supply chain of midday meals and Anganwadi meals, and delivering them to the community doorstep, so that the children and pregnant women can get a meal for a day. And effective implementation for we should examine for whom the schemes are aimed and whether they got benefits or not. So I suggest that organizing camp program in percent level or a village level can also at least for block welfare scheme for which we can cover all the beneficiary in the scheme. Thank you.
Come to the table where you have shown income loss. Income loss. No, previous one. Previous. Next. The Kharif season covers which months?
Kharif season covers
Use your microphone.
June to October.
So 1920, there was no income loss due to COVID.
1920.
No,
There is two Kharif season covers. One is before COVID-19 and the one is before COVID-19.
Actually, lockdown started from April 2020. It started. So June to October, so they won't be working. So there will be a loss. That's what it's saying. June to October means? June to October means June to October. June to October means June to October. June and July, August, 20th October. 20th October. That's what you know. No, that will not cover 1920. June to October belongs to 1 year. Either 19 or 20. Number one. Number next. Coping strategy. So what is the total?
80 households.
7.
Sir, who
117.
Sir, who had borrowed money, they also sold their assets. They also borrowed money from friends and relatives.
That's what. The same household can borrow money, also can sell the goods. This is what I said. That is not my point. My point is she has studied 360 households and she has shown copy.
No, sir.
Population is
Total population
household 80.
360.
Household 80.
Yes.
360 is total household.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. for nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I have only two line observation. Number one, that is my humble request, whether in social science we are doing the field work and research work, we always not use the term sample. Human is not sample. We always honor them as participants and volunteers. Is my humble request.
Okay, sir, I will consider.
And second is that there is a in your study area, it is not clear the role of the women, is because whether the women they are engaged in the agricultural activity, it is the by the men of the family or the other persons, they are not recognized as because they are giving, they are doing nothing. It is their responsibility. It is like their household responsibility. So it's a very big question there. It's a very important area. And another is that the Human Development Index and quality of life it should be mentioned in your study. That is my observation. Thank you very much.
I will consider. Thank you, sir. How we have more questions? Yes.
Please come forward. Yeah, running short of time. Yeah, very time. So, थोड़ा short.
Right.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and all present here. This is Pushkar Kumar from the Department of Economics of our university. I'm going to present my paper, titled Food Security.
Introduction. What is the title of your paper?
Food Security. Yes. Food security in Jharkhand. My going to the study of remote community in the Livelihood district in Jharkhand. So I have a very strict time period. That is why, according to the Food Agriculture Organization, there are 4 dimensions of food security, particularly availability, accessibility, absorption, and sustainability. I have considered the accessibility dimension for the study. This is the food security profile of India, according to NFHS data and Food and Agriculture Report, which shows the migratory condition of food security in India, in all the aspects, in children, women, men, and even in the age of the working age population, the malnutrition and the food insecurity prevails. Then in Jharkhand, the most considerable thing is, in case of India, is according to the Food and Agriculture Report 2018, 4,500 children die every day under the age of 5 years due to hunger and malnutrition. Then this is the food security profile of Jharkhand. I was interested, actually, I took interest in this paper after studying the Food Security Atlas of Jharkhand published in 2022, which proclaimed that Hazaribagh is a food secure district on the basis of availability of food and accessibility of food. And I have gone through few news papers that claim that there are some starvation regarding deaths occurred in the BBTCs in Hazaribagh, especially in Livelihood. This is the and this paper is especially on Livelihood, and according to the census 2011, the 10,726 Livelihood are recorded in Jharkhand, and in 2049 there's in Hazaribagh. Livelihood is generally considered as the man of forest, according to the Mundari language, and it is the astroaesthetic Mundari group. It is part of astroaesthetic Mundari group and part of the BBTC. Okay. These are some social economists I have reviewed, and I'm reviewing the paper. Now, my objective is to analyze the accessibility and diversification of food items among the hosts in Hazaribagh. And for the study, I have selected Hazaribagh district of Jharkhand. In Hazaribagh district, I have considered 3 villages, each from different blocks, from Kansar village from Katkansandi, Sejua from Ichar, and Demotor from Hazaribagh Sadar. And I have left the Barhi subdivision which holds the most populated Bihor village. But I was interested in analyzing the Hazaribagh subdivision only. That is why I've taken the 3 most populated village of Hazaribagh. So in Kansar is 18 kilometers southwest to Hazaribagh, and it is surrounded by hill and forest. Similarly, Sidwa is also 22 kilometers away northeast on Eniswadi, and it is surrounded by forest. While Demotard is located at 12 kilometers south of Hazaribagh, and it is a semi-urban area. For the study, I have used the food consumption score and household dietary diversity score for analyzing the accessibility and the food diversification of rural drive. And these 2 tools have been presented by the FAO and the Center project in year 2020 or something. The data collection, I have considered 73 households from all these 3 villages. From Kansar, 30 villages have been considered, and from Sijwa it is 12, and from Demota it is 31. And during the study, the data collected through the questionnaire prepared by the project, Center project, and the household dietary diversity questionnaire. And
you will use the right word. You will use the right word.
Yeah.
You are not already.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So I have used the HDDS questionnaire. So I have used the household diversity school questionnaire and food consumption questionnaire to collect the data. And to collect the data, I have surveyed the field and used the focus group discussion and personal interview method. This is the data collection area in this respective profile. 156, the third Kansar holds 156 tribe, Bihor tribe, Sijwa holds only 61, Demotard holds 159, and it is about 370 of all total 376 Bihots live in all 3 villages. Okay, this is the household profile of the research area, in which 19.68%, about 74 were I think was very low, have no admission in school. 5.32% can just write name. 52.13% were illiterate. 16.49% have studied between 1 to 4, and only 6.38% have studied between 5 to 9. In Kansar village, the most surprising thing for me was that there is only one lady among all 376 widows was have a study to matriculation named Payal from Kansar village. Then, when I went through the occupational structure of the sample, I have come to the conclusion that 22% actually the rope making, and most of the widows are engaged in rope making and hunting and food gathering, and then daily wage workers are found in the 3rd largest position. The brick clean laborers are only 7% in Bihors, and in the case of brick clean laborers, they are migrants. They are not working in the local area to these villages. They are working in somewhere in Patna and all. And drivers, especially tractor drivers, here 17% are drivers, and most of them were tractor drivers and small vehicle drivers, and others like 22% were like household workers, house workers, and all. And this is the household dietary diversity score of Kansar, Sijwa, Demotard, and that is 4.16 the dietary diversity mean for is 4.16, 8.48 for Sijwa, and 4.11 for Demotard. All these 3 villages is 4.02. In Bihor, the rice consumption, the pattern of rice consumption is very high. 100% Bihors consume rice.
Hello.
Okay. 100% Bihors use rice to consume, and in vegetable section, they do not use so much of vegetables. So many vegetables they don't use. They use only leafy vegetable available in forest. They gather the leafy vegetables from forest and they use to cook it. Okay, meat, fish, and egg. This is 45% of the below rice used to eat meat or fish or egg. And particularly they eat meat the most. They do not eat fish and egg because they have to purchase it from the market where they gather meat from hunting in forest. Dairy products they do not use. No respondents have responded that they use or they eat dairy product. Eggs and fried foods are very common. I mean, very rare in below tribes. The block-wise distribution of household average borderline acceptable food consumption score. In Kansar village, borderline diet is about 60, while Sijua is 454. Demota is 58%, and total is 57.33%, where acceptable food consumption score for Kansar village is 38%, Sijua is 34%, and Demota is 36%, and total 36%. In total, 36%. Then here we have considered this classification is based on that if the score comes under 0 to 21, we consider it poor. Well, if it comes under 21 to 35, we will consider it borderline. And if it will go above 35, we will consider it acceptable according to the FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization. This is the dietary profile of household based on food consumption score, where 57.33% households are in acceptable category, where 36% are in borderline category, and poor are in 6.67%. And this is the household consumption frequencies. Okay, and they use 100% household use rice to eat. Pulses for every day, no household is using pulses. No household is consuming pulses for every day. At least once in a week, 23.29% of the total household were consuming pulses once in a week at least, not every day. Milk and dairy product, no one was using their meat and fish. It is 84.90% in case of at least once in a week, because in case of Peckham family and Sijua, they used to hunt. Basically, they used to gather the meat and all meat from hunting from the nearby forest, and that is why they can hunt it once in a week at least in month. And the vegetable, in case of vegetable, what I have observed that vegetable they do not use like cauliflower and radish finger. They do not eat it. They eat major part of their vegetable is comes from forest. And in that particular thing, like Nona Saag, Gula Saag, they used to say, they gather from jungle, from forest, and they used to eat it. Fruits, they eat only in festival, only in their puja and something. Okay, so they use starch intense food items the most. So what I find now is the study observed the widespread food insecurity in the rural community in a Jari on the basis of main household dietary diversity. So most of the households were consuming starch-based diet, mainly rice, potato, and other timbers. Meat is the main source of protein and nutrition in Belarus. Consumption of pulses, dairy products, and fruits is very low in Belarus. And one common thing I should mention here, when I was surveying the three villages, one characteristic was common in all these three villages, that as I entered in the villages, I smelled of fall and the strong smell of mohua, that is desi liquor. They used to drink dairy, and when I asked them, the result came that approximately 30% income of the household is spent on drinking. Okay. And low income dependency on forest for hunting and food gathering, but with extremely low educational attainment, constitute a food insecurity trap for Belarus. Belarus get 35 household or 35 kg per household rice to Dakya Yojana, in which few cases of malpractice where the household complained that they are getting less than the procured food weight, and it is proclaimed in Dakya Yojana that they have to be provided their food stipend during a month. It means per month they have to be facilitated with a bag, but it is being delayed. 1 or 1.5. It means they have been served from the Dakya Yojana. They have been provided the bag of the staple, the price. twice in 3 months. Okay. Okay, and the last one is some of the households were excluded from PDS as they do not have a ration card. I think I have remembered Nada. 4 households were excluded. 4 households in Ansar were not having the ration card. And similarly, Sidwa, 1 household was not having the ration card. And in Demota, everyone was having the ration card. So, and what I found, they do not use pulse to eat because pulse is actually more expensive and it is not it cannot not be gathered from the forest. So they exclude pulse from their plate, and that is why government should provide them not only rice but the government should facilitate them with the protein-rich diet like pulse. And the enrollment ratio, as I have snapped the photograph, when I went to Kansar, I found only 7 Bihor children were in the classroom of the primary school situated just beside the Bihor and now Bihor colony. Only 7 students were there. And when I was asking the one of the resident of Kansar named Raju Bihor, he said that master को आना चाहिए, master enrollment करवाना चाहिए, master आता नहीं है तो बच्चे जाते हैं. So they were complaining this. Okay. So if the enrollment ratio can be made better, then the MDM can facilitate and can support the food security of the growth rice. And the last one is, in all these 3 villages, the level of sanitation and hygiene was not good. It was very poor. They were living in some dirty kind of environment, and they should be made aware of, and they should be they should be procured a good type of, toilet facilities and healthy drinking water should be provided. So these are my findings and suggestions. And what are the limitations? During the data collection, the biggest problem I faced is the language. Beholders are unable to understand either Hindi properly or English properly. You have to talk with them. You have to converse. You have to make conversation with them using lingua franca, actually the local language, make Kotha mix and Hindi mix. And thereafter, they were not. That is not sure that they were going to respond to you correctly. So they were responding very hazy. I have to first interview them. One person I have to interview twice, and then I have to write it down by myself. And the second thing is, when I was prepared, I was asking data, gathering data for food and consumption score. It's based on the 7-day call methodology. No one among the 376 people in 73 households were able to exactly tell me that yes, I have eaten these food items for the last 7 days. Then when I was asking, they were laughing. कभी तो याद ही नहीं रहेगा कैसे कर लेंगे इतना ऐसा. They were like, so. And the last is the FCS. You have seen in the table, say 68% or 56% household is an acceptable category. Despite they are having a starch-rich diet, they are not having protein-rich diet, they are not having the micronutrients-rich diet. Despite they came under acceptable category because FCS can become acceptable even if the household are consuming 1 or 2 food items daily, but limit the consumption of other food products. These are the limitations I have faced till now. With acknowledgement, my earliest thanks to Dr. Levan Adhasa here. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Pushkar, you come to your table on diversification.
Yes, sir. Is it, sir? There is no.
Probably table 1.
Yes, sir. This is table 1 is figure 1. Table 1 is sir.
Next.
Food diversity. This is
food diversification. You have shown diversified food.
Actually, I have used all
household
frequency.
Yeah. So it is a time series study or a study relating to tribes or a particular tribe in a particular time period.
So it is related. It is not a time period analysis. It is a study related to particular one tribe, and it is a recall period method in which the respondent is asked, and these all these data are collected in last month in October. I mean, this is not a time series data. This is a spot. When I went to them, one or twice or thrice I visited them. I've gathered the data because this is
Okay. You please come to the table where you have shown occupation.
Yes, sir.
Hunting, etc. Rope making or something like that. So you have shown that 77 families you have studied.
77%.
Huh?
77% family.
77, yes, 77% families. They rely on or they raise their livelihoods from hunting and food gathering.
So not only from food gathering hunting.
No.
Yes.
Yes. That is accepted also.
Yes.
Hunting means what they hunt now.
They hunt. So they hunt. What they call kharha, that is rabbit. Kharha. And suar. Jungly suar जिसे कहते हैं. वो hunt करते हैं.
Are they available plenty?
No sir. And in birds. वो पक्षियों को भी hunt करते हैं उनको.
So this is a very limited item, I should say. Because hunting is there. I am also working in a tribal area.
Yes.
Hunting, they go for hunting on an occasion. That is, they have to go for that. And they don't get. They don't get any income to hunt.
I can explain. Can I speak in English?
Yes.
जब मैं वहां पे गया था जितने भी गांव है जैसे डेमोटाउन में ये कहानी है डेमोटाउन में चूंकि सेवियर एरिया तो दे एग्जेम्प्टेड वो बहुत कम हंट्स करते हैं वो हंटिंग को लेकर उनका कुछ है नहीं लेकिन और जितने भी हाउसहोल्ड उसमें से 77% हाउसहोल्ड हंटिंग भी करते हैं ओके और इसके बाद ये जो कट्टम सांगी है कट्टम सांगी कंसार है और सिजुआ है इनके जंगलों में वो खरहा का मिल जाता है और जो पक्षी होते हैं बर्ड्स होते हैं वो इनको मिलते हैं और पर मुर्गी तीतर वगैरह नाम तो मैंने रखे नहीं बता
सर इस टाइप के काम ताकि वो ओकेजनली जाते हैं दैट इज
not occasionally they go on for a ritual once in a year and they don't get anything
that is called janisita.
They stay in the jungle for 3 days.
That is
they don't get anything.
No, sir, one thing ये जो डाटा है
Okay, let me understand. You come to the table where you have shown fried food.
Yes.
What is that fried food?
3.2 सर ये फ्राइड फूड मतलब है जो समोसा और पकौड़ी होती है ये जब मार्केट जाते हैं सेल करने के लिए तो इनका वो भी खाना होता है वो गए तो कभी कभार पैसे होने से वो समोसा भी खा लेते हैं पकौड़ी भी खा लेते हैं निमकी भी खा लेते हैं वो मैंने फ्राइड फूड में लिया जी
चेंज आया
हाँ मतलब ये जितनी बार भी गया तो मार्केट में जब भी बात हुई तो मार्केट में था कि क्या क्या खाते हैं तो सर अच्छा उनका एक ऑप्शन ये भी रहता था कि मीट कैसे खाते हैं तो मीट उनका क्योंकि खाने की आदत है तो अगर वो हंट नहीं कर सकते हैं तो दे विल स्पेंड देयर मनी टू परचेज इट whenever they will able to purchase meat they will purchase okay तो वो
come to next table
yes.
where you have calculated combined in this table is the last column combined mean
sorry sir
how have you calculated the figure for the last column
57.33 and 36 sir वो 57.33% and 36 what's the last total
last column 57.
Sir, I have taken the average of all these three, 60 plus 4.
The last column is combined. That should be the combined mean. Is it exactly combined mean, or you have just added and divided by 3? That is what I want to do.
It is an average. We have just added and divided it.
Then that is not the way to find out combined mean. That is not the way.
Okay, sir, we will apply the combined mean.
That's a serious mistake for high school students also. Okay, anyway.
Yes.
Fine. I have nothing to ask you. If anybody can ask anything.
I have only one line. You are the senior scholar. I have seen very typos there. So whether you are giving the presentation, you should be checked and careful.
Yes.
It's my suggestion.
Yes. Yes.
That's giving, it's a very good point. I have a very good interest on the bureau because it's community language. Community is also in the West Bengal, not in. Yes, I understood it, but I'm coming from India. I would like to know that in case of food consumption score that you have done on FAO, so I think food nutritional values should be included.
Yes, sir.
Because FAO said that the food nutritional values. That somebody how much carbohydrate, how much.
So food consumption स्कोर का जो टेबल है उसमें उनके न्यूट्रिशन वैल्यू के अकॉर्डिंग उनका वेटेज भी दिया होता है अगर
you have done
यस सर अगर
you have included that.
यस सर अगर
And you talked about the limitations like 24 and 70 and 78. So you can do the 24 hours requirement. This is also
24 hours requirement I have done उसमें household diversity स्कोर बना है जो 24 hours requirement मेथड पे बनता है और जब मैंने सुनी को कहा कि और कल क्या करेंगे और परसों क्या करेंगे
ultimately you wanted to go for the last 7 days.
Yes.
Okay, but they cannot understand. And one thing I wondered that why they are not taking the dairy products. Do they not have the cattle?
So in the area where I have studied वहाँ पे मैंने किसी के पास वो दुधारू पशु जिसे कहते हैं तो किसी के यहाँ पाल रहे कुछ लोगों ने बकरियां पाल रखी लेकिन वो उससे वो उनके लिए बकरियां मतलब मटन मीट उनके लिए वो दूध का सोर्स नहीं है जब मैंने पूछा ये तो उनसे दूध का क्यों खरीदते हो तो दूध पे पैसा कौन खर्च करता है ये उनका आंसर था कि दूध पे कानून की जरूरत नहीं
I was wondering in a different way that whether they have lactase intolerance.
No, sir.
I do not know.
Yes.
Because we have
Beer is basically actually this root, that is nomadic. So once they become nomadic, so settling them in the animal husbandry and
they will not do it.
They will not do it. That's one thing. But culturally also they are not doing it.
So
letting the animal reaching animals. It's prohibited. According to their culture.
Thinking that
So biology and culture is tied together. So that is asking you about lactose intolerance. It is the another feature of the that kind of.
No, sir. I haven't.
I have one question. Because I think that in food security, we must also consider the quantity of food in. Because if one household responds that maybe that they have eaten, suppose that yes, they have eaten a cauliflower in the last. But how many are the family members? How much quantity of the cauliflower has been put in the family? So that's it. So you have not considered the quantity of food intake.
मैंने ये क्वेश्चन पूछा था और ये मुझे आंसर मिला था लेकिन जो स्कूल है उसमें क्वांटिटी को कंसीडर नहीं किया जो स्कूल हमने पैंटा प्रोजेक्ट और एफएओ ने जिसे बिल्ड टेक्स्ट मैंने कंसीडर किया है उसमें ये क्वांटिटी का हालांकि मैंने उनसे पूछा है इसमें उनका जो ज्यादा मेन जो फोकस होता है वो आलू और चावल पे होता है जिसमें 6 से 7 लोगों के घर में लगभग आधा केजी से 750 ग्राम चावल बनता है और 1 केजी आलू बनता है ये मैंने हाँ और ये
cannot feed the honesty. That's why we have to I think modify.
दो बातें मैं बता दूं विरोध के बारे में कि जो हम लोगों को ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है उसके लिए एक तो जो भी विरोध कोई भी एंथ्रोपोलॉजिस्ट जहां भी विरोध पर स्टडी किया है अगर वो इंटरव्यू लेता है तो वो पूरा लीकर के साथ इंटरव्यू ले रहा है मतलब कि जो है सुबह होता है ऐसा कोई भी बंदा नहीं है जो नहीं पीता है अगर कोई कहता है कि हम बिना पिए हुए आदमी से मिल गया तो वो झूठ बोलता है मैंने कही वो nobody will tell that also yeah that I have not मुझे आज जो वो बोला है सुबह में वो शाम में वही बात बोलेगा वो नंबर 2 तो मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया और आपने कहा कि मिल्क नहीं देता है लेकिन ऐसा कोई भी घर नहीं है मैं घर की बात करता हूँ मेंबर की बात नहीं करता हूँ जिसके पास स्मार्टफोन नहीं है
पहले तो इस बारे में बात
जिस थाने में आपने काम
जी
हर किसी के पास स्मार्टफोन है दैट मीन्स कि उसका जो फूड हैबिट है ना वो नहीं आप जिस तरह से खाते हो चाव से कि भाई हमको दूध लेना है दूध में हल्दी लेना है रामदेव बाबा का पाला उधर कंसेप्ट नहीं है
उधर कंसेप्ट है कि आप बोथा हुआ चावल जो आपने कहा कि वाटर दैट इज कॉल्ड बोथल साग ये बोथल भात चोथल साग मतलब जो ऐसे ऐसे नोच के लाया गया है ना वो टर्म को आप यूज कीजिए क्यों कि आप कभी मत सोचो कि मैं अंग्रेजी में लिख रहा हूँ आप उनकी चीजों को उनकी बात ये क्या है कल्चरल रिलेटिविज्म को यहाँ पे आप उनके टर्म को यूज करते
सर मैंने उनसे पूछा था वो जो वो खा रहे हैं जो ननकू बिलोर का घर है उसके तो वो जो खा रहे हैं उससे मैंने पूछा क्या खा रहे हैं उसने कहा पानी भात तो मैंने उसको उसे यूज कर दिया कि पानी भात
उसको मालूम है कि जाड़े में अगर वीडियो मिल जाएगा कंबल लेके वो मालूम है कि वो सब पहन जाएगा वो बोलता है कहाँ है लॉन्ग लॉन्ग Anyway, take it. अच्छा लगा आपका
Ananya Patel presenting. Kirti. She is from OPG Global University.
Kirti ना Ananya.
Good evening, everyone.
The last one is not fully visible.
So good evening, everyone. So my research topic is examining the post-COVID gendered work-life experiences, health and hygiene practice in rural areas. This is a pilot study. So this is a pilot study, planning and and waiting for planning and modification for the main study. So this is my table of content. So first we will look into the introduction, literature review, variables and hypothesis, research gap, methodology, result, discussion, and then written. So this is the introduction. So the pandemic had a significant impact on mental health worldwide, and rural communities have faced unique challenges in assessing health services. The analysis examined various dimensions of post-COVID health and hygiene, including physical, mental, and social well-being, and how these aspects have influenced by the type of work typically undertaken by men and women in rural settings and potential avenue for improvement. So I have taken two research reviews. So the first research is on the health awareness of rural households towards COVID-19 pandemic in India. So this research has taken 6 states. So first is AP, then UP, then Jharkhand, Rajasthan, as well as Bihar and Jharkhand. So the evidence from Rural Impact Survey of World Bank. So it was done by Jabir Ali, Sarvajit Singh, and Wasim Khan. So the analysis indicates a significant association between awareness level on symptoms and prevention of COVID-19 and social demographics and location. And the second study is on the COVID-19 public health messaging and sanitation and hygiene practices in rural India. And it was conducted by Emily, Harlan, Anish, and then Subhendru Patnaik. So the result of this study suggests that the salience of public health messaging could be one key to improving household sanitation and hygiene practices in areas where adoption of safe sanitation has remained low. So I have taken three variables. First is work-life experiences, health and hygiene practices, and impact of gendered work. And my hypothesis is women in rural areas are more likely to have experienced a greater disruption in the work-life balance during and after the COVID-19 pandemic compared to men. So there are potential two research gaps. First is limited exploration of cultural factors. So many rural areas have strong cultural norms and traditions that significantly influences gender roles and practices. Research often falls to deeply dive into how these cultural factors after the post-COVID changes in work-life dynamics and hygiene practices. So research have addressed understanding the interplay between culture, gender, and health behaviors, which we typically see in the rural areas. So, and the second research gap is long-term effects on gender equality. So while short-term effects on pandemic have been documented, there is a research gap in understanding the potential long-term limitations of gender equality in rural areas. This could include changes in gender roles across to education and health and participation in workplace, which nowadays is a basic concern because women are also participating in every single thing. So now methodology. So the scale I have used is the Likert scale, and the ranges is from strongly disagree to strongly agree. So the demographic is from people from Bisunpur, Saraihela, Damodarpur, and Matkuria were taken from Dhanbad, Jharkhand. So the participants are selected by simple random sampling, and the size is 340. So the method is one-way ANOVA, for which I have used SPSS. So these are some examples of questions which I have taken. So for different criteria. So the first is I have enough time for self-care and relaxation. These are the questions which I have asked them. So my work exposes me to health risks. I engage in regular hygiene practices to protect against infection. Gender specific roles impact my work-life balance. So these are some of the examples of questions which I have taken. So this is my result table. As you can see the significance score, it is more than 0.05. So now the discussion. So the purpose of study was to measure the post-COVID gender work experiences, health and hygiene practices in rural areas. So the study provided insights into how the participants planned their movements in relation to their execution. So the significance level of 0.770, which we have seen in the result table, 0.498 and 0.50 suggests that the relationship between gender and variables in the post-COVID context is not statistically significant. In other words, there may be a strong association between work-life experience, may not be a strong association between work-life experiences, health and hygiene practice, and impact of gender work in rural areas after the pandemic, as people are not that much aware still now that they need to practice like hygiene and other health related behaviors. So these are the references.
Thank you. Yeah. Number one, you have, thank you for the nice presentation. Second, so my first, you have used the term demography. Demography is a very big thing. If you use the analysis, the term that is we always use in the small scale study, we use the population analysis or population description or social demographic plans, something it is you should think about that. Second issue that is a kind of small studies. Why we are using the ANOVA? Why not the other tests?
So because I have
Taste and other taste, the basic taste.
So for t-test, sir, first I have to like take the variables one by one, then compare it to the gender. And for ANOVA, I can take 3 variables and then the factor I can take the gender one. So I can have a one result table.
Like directly go to ANOVA is very wise. This is my question. Is it wise to go to ANOVA first? It is my question. The second issue is that whether in your study, whether the other person, the family members, or especially the male members, they are recognizing the problems of the women. That whether they are want to purchase the sanitary napkin, whether the family members, the locality members, they are recognizing this is a problem. Whether the women there in work, whether they are searching for the feeding area for the baby, whether is it they recognize, is it a required point or required thing. Last point is that you are giving the hypothesis. Why hypothesis is important? Why if you write the objective, that kind of study, is it not sufficient? This is my three question.
So, so for what knowledge I have right now, like the significance level, like if I have a hypothesis, then I can reject or accept it. So that's
you are starting the work. That's why you are giving the suggestion. You should read that the query. You need a brainstorming.
yes. So this is
That's
the
your goal. That's why my suggestion.
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You come to your title.
The first page.
Next.
No, this is the project.
Impact on, impact of or impact on? You come to the table probably.
Table.
Next. Is
This.
here you have very interesting.
Yeah.
Pandemic had a significant impact on mental health. No, other next. On. This one, next.
This is
Just wait. Just wait.
this one. This. Yeah, just.
You have written the impact of gendered work. It is impact of or impact on?
Impact on.
It is written somewhere. So I want to know whether it is impact on or impact off.
Okay, sir. So this is the impact on like after post-COVID, like women mainly engage in work like household work.
Okay, impact on gendered work or impact of gendered work. That is what I want to know.
Okay, sir. So it is impact on gender work, like
Impact on gender work.
the gender work life, like male and women.
Okay. Nice. So my age is a problem with you.
Can you just I think you have just told variables and hypotheses. Yeah. So I mean, according to me, I think that work-life experience means a broad. How can we treat work-life experience as a single variable?
No, it's not a single variable. There's a construct under that one point. So they are contain portion under that, and that portion is reasonable library.
Okay, so but we have not on the slides that what is
So the question.
I mean, see, I have not said.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anand. Ma'am, for your sorry.
None. Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah. All the presenters were very wonderful and they were all political studies. So when the COVID-19 pandemic
brought the world to a halt in the early 2020, people around the globe were struggling to the support themselves and their families without work or transport and facing a lot of shortages of food products. So many of our presentations have, uh, dealing with the issues of during pandemic or post-pandemic, and very nice presentations, and hope all the questions that we have got will be taken as a suggestion. And thank you very much, and I thank our in charge director, Dr. Charan Behra, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
So we start our technical session 3, and this will be chaired by Professor Gopal Shah, IIT Bhubaneswar, and our first speaker is Professor Arvind.
So thank you. Even if I'm not audible, not going to change the mics immediately because I have to audible. So we're running short of time. I request everybody, including the infected speakers, I just to add the extension. So even the yeah, thank you. But I would request you to say complete as early as possible. Okay. So we'll start. Thank you, Chairperson. Respected Chairperson, Professor Babuji, and Professor Babuji, Dr. Haricharan Behra, delegates from across the country. My dear students, very good evening to all. I'm going to speak on indigenous knowledge and agricultural sustainability in tribal areas of Andhra Pradesh. And this paper was one of my projects that I have done in, through our institution. So, what is indigenous knowledge or traditional wisdom? Like, as you know that indigenous people throughout the world occupying different agroecological zones have generated vast bodies of knowledge related to the management of their environment, and this store of knowledge is known as indigenous knowledge. And in simple terms, indigenous knowledge refers to the cumulative and complex bodies of knowledge developed by local communities. So why does indigenous knowledge matters? Because indigenous knowledge has a great importance to the communities around the world, and it is help for survival for many indigenous communities, and it influences in many areas of life. Also, indigenous knowledge is a social and for economic well-being, and it is also help for management of resources and the environment, and it is also very much important for preservation of biodiversity. And indigenous knowledge system provides the basis for local decision making in all the areas of contemporary life, like agriculture, health, veterinary, and many other areas. And this body of knowledge consists of dynamic insights. So these knowledge systems are usually embedded in naturalistic epistemology, logics, and belief systems. And indigenous knowledge has value not only for the culture in which it evolves, but also for researchers who are interested in improving conditions in rural localities. Where today, most of the indigenous knowledge of biodiversity is disappearing. And loss of knowledge is also a loss of language, loss of biodiversity, and loss of culture. And it is at a very rate of accelerating in India. And in this backdrop, the current presentation explores the indigenous knowledge and agricultural sustainability in tribal areas of Andhra Pradesh. And among the tribes of Andhra Pradesh, traditional wisdom is considered to be one of the cultural and social capital of the communities. And these communities have developed sustainable practices for agriculture that can be adapted and applied in many other contexts. So for tribes, sustainable development does not exist because they have always lived sustainably, and therefore there is a need to systematically document, preserve, and adopt their indigenous technical knowledge so as to reduce dependence on the external inputs, to reduce the cost of cultivation, and to propagate an eco-friendly agriculture. So, hence the study was conducted in two selected IPA areas, that is in Sitampeta of Srikakulam district and the Bhadrachalam of Khammam district, covering the major tribal groups like Savara, Kondaredis, and Koya tribes. So when we talk about agriculture and agricultural associated indigenous practices among the tribes of Andhra Pradesh, agriculture constitutes the backbone for tribal economy as the majority of the working population draw their sustenance from agriculture, and the tribal communities rely for their livelihood on combination of forest produce collection and crop production from Podu land, dry land, and a small percentage of cases like irrigated land in Andhra Pradesh. So mostly agriculture is carried out under rain-fed dry land conditions, and the undulating hilly terrains where most of the tribal habitations are located facilitate three types of cultivation, that is shifting cultivation, locally called Podu cultivation, and terrace cultivation in Srikakulam, and settled agriculture in all the two districts. So when it comes to indigenous practices, shifting cultivation is very much associated and very much indigenous technologies they use for their cultivation. So shifting cultivation, as you know, is an old age method of cultivation, and it is a distinct type of cultivation practice in Andhra Pradesh. And the tribals do not use any mechanized tools for in the shifting cultivation. The most lower level of agricultural implements are used in this shifting cultivation. And shifting cultivation is predominantly practiced by the tribals in eastern Ghats of Andhra Pradesh. So it involves shifting of cultivation from one patch to another patch after an interval of a specific period, and hence the name shifting cultivation has come. So as for the traditional practices, the tribal cultivates the Podu patch for a period of 3 years, and then after that, when it comes to selection of site for taking of shifting cultivation, they have a lot of indigenous knowledge that they use for the selection of site. That one is the patch of land selected for Podu cultivation, depending on the luxuriant tree growth in that patch is very much important, because the patch has to be very dense kind of trees should be have. And they believe that if the tree growth is good, the land is fertile and sustainable for Podu cultivation. So the tribals rely on their knowledge of vegetation for this purpose, which is an indicator of fertility. So this is how the knowledge system is used in the selection of the Podu land. And when it comes to felling of trees and clearing of bushes in the selected Podu land, the tribal starts felling the trees and clearing the bushes on an auspicious day by the local priest, and they use simple technologies like axe and knife for the cutting trees
and shovel for digging lands. And when it comes to the burning of fell trees and bushes and spreading of ash, they also use the indigenous knowledge in these practices. So all the fell trees, branches, bushes, and collected in heaps here and there and allowed the dry in the sun. And after that, if they satisfied with the material is sufficiently dried up, he sets fire before onset of monsoon, that is around the month of April. So the time fixed for burning operation is appropriate, set up because the water drenched branches and leaves cannot be burned after the onset of the monsoon. So moreover, they have to broadcast or dibble the seeds of immediately after the first shower of the monsoon. So this is how they also have the use of this knowledge in spreading or burning the trees. And they also have seed charming and tasting of fertility of the seeds. Before they go for sowing, they have indigenous practices. So this type of practice is widespread in the entire tribal area. Seed charming ceremony is a part of the May festival, which takes place on an auspicious day fixed by the local priest at the village level. And the seeds are collected from each household in a village, which is placed before the deity. So, and after that, a foal or a goat is sacrificed, and the priest spills its blood over the seeds and charms the seeds by mixing with the blood of the sacrificed animal or a bird. And thus, the seeds are enriched with the sacred blood. By doing so, they believe that the seeds are fortified with supernatural powers, which helps in healthy germination. So the local priest distribute the charm seeds in the tribal farmers to the tribal farmers, who in turn mix the charm seeds with the seeds stored in their respective houses and preserved till the onset of monsoon. So at the time of broadcasting of seeds in the field, they covered with the ash in the Podu soil. So sowing on a new Podu field takes place only after the soil gets moist after rains. And they either mow or the field or rag it with digging stick so as to loosen soil and cover the ashes in the root soil. After 1 or 2 summers, the seeds are either dug or broadcast, depends on the nature and the size of the seed. So small seeds like Sama, Delpi, Negar, Jawar, Chode, Jinjile are the local seeds are broadcast, whereas the seeds in a big size like maize, black gram, green gram, red gram, etc. are gibbering. So there is a different techniques of germinating of seeds they have. So another observation is that we see the bunches of maize hanging from the roofs above the earth in their houses. It is their belief that such small seeds are sound and free from insects, and thereby sure to give good harvest when they are sown. So this is one of the indigenous practices they follow. And they also in Podofield, they also go for mixed cropping pattern, which cropping pattern in Podofields varies from region to region. From Khammam is different, then Srikakulam is different. So generally in the first year, a single crop like red gram, tomatoes, and Irulu, Delilu, etc. grown due to the specific reasons. So mixed crops with different combinations are raised from the second year onwards in order to compensate the fertility loss. So in the mixed cropping pattern, a large variety crops like Korra, Udalu, Sama, Dente, Chode, Donna, Maize, Bajra, Chinjali, Avalu, etc. The local crops and other millets are raised in different combinations and at different intervals. So mixed cropping pattern had certain advantages, and combination of certain crops results in low incidence of the pest attack. So mixed crop serves as a guard against the total crop failure. If one fails and other crops may survive, providing much needed food. So they practice this mixed crops because if one crop fails, then another crop survives for the sustenance. When it comes to harvesting of crops, as a Podu land is under fixed cropping pattern, different crops are harvested at different times, depending upon the time each variety of crop takes place rapidly. And for instance, in its Godavari state, the crops like Koralu and Vodalu are 3-month crops, while the Jawan and Kante are the crops of 6 months duration. So 8 grams takes as many as 8 months before it is ripe for harvesting. So the short-term crops are harvested first by reaping the corn ears with a sickle, and the long-term crops are left out until the time is ripening. Thus, the practicing of harvesting of different crops at different times in a year ensures food supply as continual basis for a long period. And harvesting is done with a simple technology that they have. When it comes to the settled agriculture or settled cultivation in this tribal area, settled cultivation is taken up where flat lands and assured source of water supply like streams, near small tanks, wells, etc. are available, and both consumption as well as commercial crops are grown in both dryland and wetland cultivations. In dryland cultivation, they grow the crops like sama, chode, horse gram, etc. And in wetland, they grow only paddy. And they also raise the crops like turmeric, ginger in backyards. And in both dry and wetland farming, the primary emphasis is on the food crop production for home consumption. So paddy is the most commonly irrigated crop dominating in kharif production and being preferred also as a second crop in the area where assured irrigation is there. And in Srikakulam, they practice terrace cultivation. So terrace cultivation practice near perennial hill streams and mud walls. They construct mud walls with built across the streams to divert the water, and stone embankments of 4 to 5 feet are built, and the slope is level, and the flaps of the banana trunk are used as a water pipe for flow of water from one field to another, and the entire irrigation system is by gravity. And the main crop grown in terrace cultivation is turmeric, ginger, and banana, and sometimes they also grow pineapples. They use very simple agricultural technology like nagal, digging sticks, gunapam, kodavali, a spade, and large bamboo flat fan, and wooden fork felt large to use for threshing, pull cart for carrying the agricultural produce, and for storing the grains they use big bamboo containers, and all these common implements manufactured by themselves with the help of carpenter and blacksmith. And they use different kinds of timber for manufacturing these different implements, because every implement has a different kind of plant, because on the basis of its strongness they choose the plant for every other implement. So apart from this, rituals associated with agriculture activities are very important in this tribal area, because the tribal performs rituals, festivals, and propitiate now numerous deities and ancestors before consuming varieties of food grains and fruits. And some of the rituals or festivals and its significance are like Mamidi Kota is a mango festival. It signifies ceremonial eating of first new yields from the mango tree. And Kurra and Sama Kota and Kandi Kota is like Red Gram festival, and they have Metta Dhanyam Kota. It signifies the ceremonial eating of the first yields of dried paddy. And Chikkur Kota, Chikkurgal, beans. And also they have Tenka Kota. So there are, for every crop, they follow the rituals before they eat. So apart from these rituals, they also have the ancestral spirits are remembered and propitiated on these occasions, either collectively or individually, as the tribal lives in constant fear of the depart of the swords. So they are offered first aid of variety of trees and food crops before consumption by the family members. So it is a taboo in tribal society to eat the first fruits or grains without offering to the ancestors. And they believe that by celebrating these festivals, they can avoid the wrath of their ancestral spirits. And violation of these customs is believed to be caused various diseases among the communities. So they have such indigenous beliefs they have. And I conclude by saying that the present study precisely fulfills this commitment with an intention to preserve and protect the traditional wisdom of agricultural biodiversity of the tribes before such valuable knowledge is left into oblivion. And tribes of Andhra Pradesh are still subsistence farmers, primarily depend on sweaten agriculture and on the forest. And this economic activity makes them much closer to nature, which eventually has become a part of the process of socialization. So, the dependence of tribes on the nature makes them a competent possessor of indigenous knowledge, which is particularly evident in the use of forest produce as a food, healthcare, and in dealing with the management of natural resources. So the indigenous knowledge system gave them a range of options and innovations to handle the difficulties of resource management and nature conservation while sustaining themselves. So indigenous knowledge system have enabled the communities to live in the harmony with their environment for generations. So today, a vast resource of knowledge and information is rapidly getting lost as the local knowledge system are primarily oral traditions. So indigenous varieties of foods, for example, small millets like ragi, jowar, sollu, ontalu, koparu are the fast disappearing from the tribal due to the impact of the cash crops in tribal areas. So a major cause for the loss of indigenous knowledge among Reddis and the Savaras is the destruction of traditional channels of oral communications, and this has made it difficult for older generation to pass their knowledge on to the younger ones. So most children aged 6 to 12 years now attend rural schools where indigenous knowledge rarely forms an integral part of their curriculum. So the oral transference of indigenous knowledge is also hindered by urban migration. This is also one of the reasons that indigenous knowledge is losing. So therefore, the study suggests that the additional research should be done on the indigenous knowledge among the tribes of Andhra Pradesh, as well as the establishment of indigenous knowledge database and network. And the study suggests that indigenous knowledge be taught in the schools and included in the national development plans. Additionally, efforts should be made to incorporate traditional knowledge systems with contemporary knowledge. And we need to study both Western knowledge system and indigenous knowledge system in order to ameliorate the negative impact of the dominant system and facilitate appropriate development among the indigenous communities. So the study of indigenous knowledge also results in validation of their worth, self-worth, and identity, and legitimizes their knowledge and their belief systems. So an indigenous knowledge system study can contribute to the empowerment of these communities and the result in societies that are more viable and sustainable. Thank you so much for the patience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Ranil Kumar, for your objective and the completion of the talk. Thank you. So next we've got 3 presentations. Each one is allotted 15 minutes. I would request that question. I would get a question. I don't actually, but we have not actually will have. Professor, we have 2 more presentations. After that, oh, 2 only. Okay, then 2 more presentations. Then we can. So each one has got 15 minutes. So I actually go to the presenters. So I request the presenters to complete it within 12, maximum 12 to 30 minutes. I'll intervene at exactly after 11. Okay. And I request to the audience also not to disturb this presenter in between the presentation. After presentation, we can actually ask questions. Thank you. This is Aman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Amarnath. I am from Dr. Syama Prasad Khatri University, Ranchi. This is based on raw data, and this is introductory presentation. As I haven't done that much of work because last night only I prepared this PPT only. Female domestic workers are the most unnoticed among unorganized sector. For decades, they have been exploited and based in recent years. And some NGOs are taking interest and they are uplifting them. And female domestic workers are not listed in any labor laws. And there is no labor laws for domestic workers. They are very vulnerable group. There are no work regulations to safeguard them. And they do not have any formal unions also to safeguard their. There are some of the few of the review literatures that I have done. Analysis of the plight of domestic workers during COVID-19 pandemic, a case study in Guwahati by Professor Sanjeev Kumar. In that, objective was to understand the present socio-economic condition of domestic workers. The finding of that study was that poor working conditions were identified. And article by Dr. Jyotsna Nanda, impact of lockdown for COVID-19 on female domestic workers. It was a case study. And the finding was the problems they faced during lockdown and the support from government and to explore the coping mechanism. And the article by B.S. Sumalata Lekha, the impact of COVID-19 on informal sector, a study of women domestic workers in India. The study finding points out the urgent need to have a national level policy and state support specifically targeting women domestic workers. And the last is this article, by Neha Suryakant Pople, that study was impact of COVID-19 pandemic situation on maids in Mumbai. Objective was to study the impact of COVID-19 pandemic situation on maids and their financial backgrounds. The objective of this research is to find out the socio-economic condition of female domestic workers during COVID-19. And secondly, to know about their health problems, food security during COVID-19. And third, to find out the behavioral changes after COVID-19. This research is basically based on empirical data, and that is basically it is primary data I have collected from ward number 25 from Ranchi Nagar Nigam, and it is one of the most possessed colony from Ashok Nagar, Argoda, Hinu, Sel City, and Lipon. Actually, I found that within this post colony, what are the conditions of female domestic workers? That they are working in post colony. In return, what they are getting from the post colony mentalities, like post colony mentalities, that they are helping financially during lockdown period. I have used this methodology that I have conducted on 25 female domestic workers of Ranchi city, ward number 28. This ward is located near VIP Road, Argoda Chowk to Birsa Chowk. Maximum female domestic workers of this ward are working in post colony of Ranchi city, like Ashok Nagar, Argoda Housing, Cell Colony, and Mekon. Purposive sampling has been used in this research. This study is a descriptive one, and responses were collected through interview schedule. Both primary and secondary data were collected for purpose. Ranchi town of Jharkhand was selected for the study, which is a commercial point of the state. Sample size considered 25 respondents from different parts of the city. These are the socio-economic condition of the female domestic workers that have taken from Source Times of India, that more than 60% of domestic workers in Jharkhand are from ST and SC communities. The report titled Status of Domestic Workers in Jharkhand was based on research conducted in Godda, Dumka, West Singhbhum, Lohardaga, Khuti, Simdega, Chatra, Deoghar, Kodarma, Hazaribagh, Giridih, and Ranchi districts from December 2021 to February
22. The main socio-economic condition of female domestic workers are they are facing many health and hygiene problems. The area that they are residing, in which that PCC road and electricity facility is there. Maximum houses are made of bricks with asbestos on the top. Most of them are living in rented house. They are coming from different surrounding area of Ranchi district like Lohardaga, Dumka, Khunti, Simdega. Toilet facility is not in that proper condition. They are facing many health and hygiene problems. In this locality, they are living in rented house. They are using common bathroom and drinking water from tap. It is a big problem during COVID-19 for them. Living room are of 8 by 8 size, and kitchen is also included in that. And most 5 to 6 members are standing in that. Average working hour in one house for the female domestic worker is 2 to 3 hours. They are without work for more than 3 months during COVID. Income from one house is around 3 to 4,000 for the female domestic workers. The work that they do, that like the housework, like cleaning, clothing, washing, and dusting. One female domestic worker is working in minimum 2 to 3 houses. Average per month income for female domestic workers are 9,000. Mostly female members in the house are earning members, and only 10% of the female members work in support of the family. Otherwise, 90% of them are dependent on their family members for earning. In some family domestic worker family, 2 or 3 members involved in this work, like their daughter or sister. These are some of the demography of female domestic workers, like I have corrected through names, age, and education. That highest education is class 12. So 2 or 3 have not studied also. Some of the Ayushman card holders and old age pension holders are there. There is only one lady who is holding this old age pension, that is she is above 74. 76% of the female domestic workers have Ayushman cards. Only 4% of the female domestic workers have old age pension. Number of dependents member on female domestic workers, like she is the only earning member of the family, and there are male members in the family who are dependent on them. They are not doing anything, they are just earning, and they are being just parasite on their earning. Monthly income of family domestic workers, like they are working in number of houses. That Anu means working in 3 houses. She is getting around 9,000, and etc. Problems of female domestic workers. Female domestic workers are belonging to economically disadvantaged group, and most of them work in this area without any uniformity in their wage structure. They work in unorganized sector with a very low paid wage. The major problem for the female domestic workers is financial, coupled with drinking problem of their husband or son, which is ruining their peace of the house and hard-earned money. Most of the female domestic workers live their life on rented house, which has a very common toilet, and living area is not clean. Women domestic workers face several problems in their personal and professional life. They work for long hours and poorly paid. They don't have job security. If they leave even for a genuine reasons, they may lose their job. Some of them work in more than 2 houses and they become sick. Women domestic workers have health problems like respiratory disease, body ache, and skin disease due to their professional life. Their family life is marked by family conflicts, poverty, and debts. At last, I conclude that family domestic related to rural areas, it comes under socially and economically vulnerable group. They are working in post only, but they live in rented small house like slum area. Female domestic workers come under unorganized sectors, so they are always facing social security problems. During COVID-19, they did not feel food problems as free rationing schemes were given by the government. During COVID-19, female domestic workers were supported by their employers with monthly wages without work. Female domestic workers belong to the socially, economically disadvantaged group, and most of them, they live in slum areas or scheduled caste colonies without any uniformity in their wage structure. They work in the organized sector with a very low paid wage. Still, they are compelled to do this job because of illiteracy as well as poor financial condition. Their silent contribution remained invisible for long. During pandemic COVID-19, they have faced double marginalization as they are engaged in formal reproductive work in the organization sector. They are not recorded as a wage labor and deprived of getting any benefit. This is high time to consider their contribution to society and enroll them as wage labor. A suitable policy may be framed by bringing them to mainstream. So in future, if a such situation like lockdown due to COVID-19 arise, they will not fight with hunger and anxiety. A few suggestions. Domestic work comes under unorganized sector. So female workers are facing many problems like social security, health, and life insurance and others. Government should register recognized as a human resource through labor and welfare department. Registered workers can be benefit easily with government programs in pandemic situations or other disasters. Workers of this sector related with domestic workers, so their health and hygiene is also important for others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amarnath, for time productive. You can take some couple of questions. 5 minutes. Okay.
So just a moment.
Questions or suggestions?
Just suggestion. So you have given some names, right? So who are working as names. So I feel this is an ethical issue. Just not give the names. It's just very XY, so on so forth. Names should not be given because this is ethical. And then one thing, just last but one night I got, they are the informal reproductive workers. Engaged in informal reproductive worker.
Previous.
No.
Second bulleted point, second line.
Engaged in informal reproductive work. What is reproductive work? Productive work or skilled work. So what is reproductive work? Informal reproductive work. What is in your mind? Forget it. Forget
about that.
Just tell me what was in your mind.
So that actually I copied that line from something else. That's why
it was not anything. So I was stuck up on the informal reproductive work. Okay.
Our objective was given, right? I didn't find anything regarding that.
The progress in present research is still going on. Actually, I am recovering from dengue, so that work is not still going on.
Okay, you could have given a limitation. The third objective is
yes.
Any other questions? No. Thank you. Thank you. Then we got next presenter, student.
No, sir, it has changed. So we request the last speaker of our day, Ashish Sinha.
Also, we don't have any presenters.
He is the last one today.
Actually, So now we have an invited talk by Professor Ashish Sinha. You can would have a global I'm from but then actually you try to audit it within continue. Okay, thank you. So he's promised that he will give up. So you can start. Please. Somebody is in front of the camera.
Okay, so I'm very delighted here to present here as a successful spirit of this.
Stop cross talking actually is preparing. Sir, that is presenting, so you can cross.
It is not presented yet.
No, somebody is presenting. She is given.
He has not yet presented. Let him present.
So, very good evening. I'm very delighted here to present, not as a student. I've been here as a student, as a PhD scholar, and the first time, it's like after getting the job, I'm presenting here as a assistant professor. The first presentation, and so it's like a very scary moment as well as a delightful moment for me to present. So I'm presenting one theoretical framework on which I'm working. That is just to it's like a beginning of one chapter to look into the livelihood perspective in the livelihood in the behavioral perspective. So this is the part of my study which is going on, and I've tried to brought the theoretical framework of that. So the topic is occupational resilience and transformation in tribal communities during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Whether I'm trying to develop a stimulus organism and response analysis, which is a part of socio-economic or psychological economic behavior as well. So the introduction is like throughout the day we are discussing the effect of pandemic, right, and how this pandemic has impacted on the migrant laborers and their livelihood, their tradition. So I'm not going on to that. We all have studied that. So then we'll go directly to the next, that from where I got this idea. So these are the few important articles I have gone through it, and here I found a very relevant that thoughts or the very relevant studies from where I generated the ideas that there's a gap. There's a gap between the study where it's like there's a gap in the study where the most of the studies link the outcome and the COVID effect, not between that, how the individual are behaving. Okay, so then based on that, my objective is like to understand how tribal communities has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of this occupational dynamics, and then to investigate the extent to which the tribal communities have adopted the changing circumstances during and after the pandemic. And then the third is that to identify the factor that mediate a tribal community's response, including cultural values, community cohesion, traditional knowledge system, and resilience strategy. This is also the one of the, you can say, the vector or the factor that actually we are going to study within that within this study. And the last one, to access the resilience and adaptability of the tribals community in the face of the disruption to their traditional occupation. So these four objectives, which is actually we can say it's a all the objectives are interlinked to each other, but it's classified in different points. So the idea of the SOR, I will say the SOR, the stimulus organism and response. So the idea is taken from the management marketing strategies, where the product, actually the company launched the product, and then based on the demand, based on the responses on that product, it's like it's a type of consumer behavior structure. It's a cycle, a consumer behavior cycle, where one product, it's like we are using the smart watches, right? So how that smart watches, wearing the smart watches, stimulus yourself to do some physical activities, and then you based on that you have some behavioral change because of that smartwatch. And again, how this changed the outcome of the life. It's like so I got the idea from that, and I am trying to connect with this socio-anthropology or economic anthropological study with this marketing study. So the SOR from there. So these are the studies where the most of the people, it's like this study states with the Thorndike, which came with the stimulus and response theory, where again the organism perspective was missing, and then again there's a development on the study where there's slowly the introduction of organism on the orientation of organism came. So then the basic you can say the summary of that framework is this, where the individual get the stimulus because of something. Like in our case it's a COVID-19. From the COVID-19 that creates some, you can say, the lockdown. Then there's some other we'll discuss further that what are the things we are considering in a stimulus. For a time in the lockdowns has some effect. There's restriction. That because of this restriction, and there's an organism, and because of the organism is a process, that process of adoption. Organism is a process of adoption, how we are adopting that circumstances, and then how we respond. And then in the result, in the result, there's like we got sick. It's like we get like habitual of with this. We are now habituated with the COVID effects. Initially when it was initiated, the COVID was initiated, we actually was in a panic. Now the COVID is actually, for us, COVID is normal. So this is what the response, ultimate response in this framework. So the idea is like the framework is, so here these are the things, the external stimuli, the internal factor, then observation and response, and this together bringing the resilience as adaptability among the tribes, where these two, the first two has a indirect effect, or individually has indirect effect, but all together has a you can say like creating a vector type of effect. So it's a type of result change. So the next one is like, what is the external stimuli? What I am considering it is actually the lockdowns. The external stimuli are the lockdowns and the disruption of the traditional livelihood because of that COVID, and then health concerns. They have the traditional setup of health concern. Now the mask, sanitizer has introduced within that framework, their local framework. So it is also hindering their lifestyle. It is also hindering the way they are living. There's no concern about like it's like they live in a club type of society where everybody is keen to each other. And then suddenly we stop to suddenly they, because of COVID, they stop their meetings and all. So this also impacting that these are the external stimuli. So the next one is like, what are the internal factors that is organism, because of that stimuli is actually the cultural values like community identity, resilience through the culture, community cohesions within that social support and sharing resources. So these things are actually restricted, or some way it got hindered because of this stimulus. Then the observation of the responses came in terms of disruption of livelihood, then again the health concern, then cultural resilience and the social. And in the response, they have adopted some new strategies. There's a change in livelihood strategies and community, and then again the shift in a way these people are living. Then they started new ways to to allocate their resources. Earlier it was, for example, earlier the most of the tribals in a Jharkhand, it's like are in daily wages, engaged in daily wages, and they are some of the portions are in some of the proportions of from there are the migrant laborers. So because of because of the pandemic, as in the morning the professor said, there's an inner migration, but again there's hardly a few migrated again to their job because of their they become it's like you can say it is some because of some threat or because of some stimuli that created or that restricted that individual households, and then ultimately is the resilience and adaptabilities, where the resilience, so in terms of the cultural restraint, social cohesions, learning from the past and resource savings, and adaptability is based on a they now started and they have flexible strategies, and they started acknowledge that traditional knowledge rather than the modern knowledge, and that they have different set of communication plans, cultural continuity, and strength of they understood the strength in unity. These are the findings from the reviews till now. So how it's my plan actually, how I'll do that. So the all the three strict is external stimuli, internal factor, organizational responses will have a few construct within that. So and then possible, I'm not sure, possibly we do the reduction factor reduction through PCA and create a one variable from there. It's called as again external stimuli, and then we do a structural equation modeling using this flow to obtain that what extends this include the correlation as well as the causation to try to obtain the correlation and causation effect. So this is actually the plan, and this is what my presentation is. So thank you. And at the end, the thing is, I want a vital suggestion from you if you feel are finding like there's a suggestion that will be helpful for me. Yes, sir. Please.
You come to your page on external stimuli.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes. Here you have written external stimuli or challenges. What I feel, stimuli are stimuli and challenges are challenges. So stimuli and challenges, they cannot be alternatives. I feel that the points you have noted in this page are all challenges. They are not stimuli. Probably.
Okay. Sir, my thinking was that the challenges creates the stimulus in the individuals. So if you get challenged into some situation, that create that stimuli is actually the feeling that individual react upon. So this is not a physical. The challenge creates the stimulus. Like in the COVID-19, the people are not getting the livelihood, their job, their daily wages. So this is the challenge, and from the challenges, that stimuli actually.
So that is right. What external stimuli or challenges? That is wrong.
Okay, I'll correct that then. Thank you, sir.
And actually, he wanted to make a point that if there is stimuli, then the effect will be the challenge, some kind of challenges.
Okay.
Or if you have challenges, then the stimuli will become. Isn't it?
No.
He said that it cannot be interchanged. Because if you mean or,
so it is
interchange. Nice. And about the PC, I was not from the very beginning, but I got the PCA. So can you be able to narrow down one kind of variable?
Yeah,
actually it's PCA or it's a component.
It's a actually
component. So maybe factors coming up, you are giving a factor loading.
Yes, yes.
So factor loading, sometimes it will come in principal component 1, 2, 3 factors can go.
So I'll try it possible to have one factor.
One variable, because you have given lots of variables.
Yes, so that's what I'm thinking, sir. It's just a plan. So maybe I'll get another factors also, maybe I can use the k-means clustering for the analysis, and then we'll see that. So we have different functions. So this is just a
it's fine. It's a modeling that you are thinking.
Yes.
Okay, and internal, that is, you are talking organism. What is that?
Organism is actually the once you feel that it's like I'll explain is in the way that people are written here is actually the.
Now, when we say you say organism, that does mean an individual.
Right. Now, organism is actually cognitive way that people are responding that, or people are getting that in the cognitive way. So it's all about the behavioral part.
It's all right.
Okay, I think it's open for questions actually, because some wanted to ask some questions to Sir. If you have any questions, you can wind up. Any other questions to other invited talk or invited talk and the no question? Actually, it's my great pleasure to chair the session in front of two of my teachers actually. Varun sir had taught me once again. Ravi sir also so normally he's not taught me, he's kind of my elder brother and teacher. So it's a great honor, sir. Actually, some 15, 17 years back, I was sitting on the side of the class, I was taking class. So, to summarize the sessions, you had, I told you to invite the talks, one by Professor Ranil Kumar, who very systematically from the field experience, from the experience with the tribe, how indigenous knowledge can be to be stored, but the sustainable development and it needs to be integrated with the modern technology, modern knowledge. We need to store and document the indigenous knowledge for the sustainable development. The other actually invited talk by Dr. Rasis, we need to actually congratulate him. He himself acknowledged it was his dual group. A couple of days back, he was student here, now as a faculty. So but it was great actually, your theoretical manifestations of the relations developed in the framework, that SOR framework was really good. Of course, the challenges which are said, but then actually through a conform will be in a better position to say, through a conformative factor analysis, you can reduce it to a single dimension. If your PCA gives you multiple factors, through a conformative factor analysis, you force the factors to be the single factor. But in that case, you should have sufficient theoretical justification. That's and with respect to our scholar, young scholar who is obtained from paper, actually he tried to just his topic was on economic issues of female domestic workers. It was a nice topic. Of course, the student tried his best. We all found a lot of difficulty, but in general, I have only one suggestion or a couple of suggestions for my young research scholars. Because generally, I used to encourage young research scholars to come out and have presentations. As identified, please look into the ethical issues. The ethical issue, first ethical issue is poverty regime and plagiarism. Poverty regime and plagiarism. Of course, the name and that goes, I teach research methodology, is also ethics and research. So fast. Verbatim, exactly copying somebody's word presenting is verbatim. Plagiarism is saying somebody's work as your work. Please have heard this too. And be honest to yourself. Definitely, these are all learning process will learn. So it's for anybody and everybody who does, particularly at young stage, you get little formed off and do certain mistakes. So once again, I thank Dr. Hari, kind of my younger brother, for giving me the opportunity to chair the session in front of my students. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So So it's
Thanks to the chair.
Thanks to the chair, always.
Thank you, Professor Ruben, sir, for sharing the session. So with this, we come at the end of our day one. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will be assembled again.
And of course, we welcome everyone to attend our cultural activities.
And please do attend. We all have to get time out.
You are also supporting.